to newly elected board members. Mr. Burrell Patel. Okay. Who will be sworn in by Judge Rivas.
This way. Make sure your pictures get taken. All right. Make sure they can take a picture. Okay. All right, yes, place your left hand, raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I,
Biral Patel,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I would bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I, Burrell Patel,
I, Biral Patel,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess
that I possess
the qualifications prescribed by law
the qualifications described by law
for the office of member of a Board of Education,
for the office of member of the Board of Education,
that I am not disqualified
that I'm not disqualified
as a voter
as a voter
pursuant to RS 1914-1,
pursuing to RS 1941,
nor disqualified due to conviction of a crime
nor disqualified due to conviction of a crime
or offense
or offense
listed
listed
in New Jersey statutes
in New Jersey statutes
18:12-1,
18:12-1,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all the duties
of that office according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Take a picture.
Thank you. Thank you. My honor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas Schneider will be sworn in by Judge Rivas.
She's getting them. Okay.
All right, who's holding the Bible? Okay. Yeah, go on that side for photo purposes. You guys come around.
You guys come around here so the camera can see.
Yeah. Get a little closer. All right.
Is that all right?
That's good. That's that good for you guys? Okay. All right, repeat after me. I, Douglas Schneider,
I, Douglas Schneider,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, Douglas Schneider,
I, Douglas Schneider,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
that I possess the qualifications
prescribed by law
prescribed by law
for the office of member of a Board of Education,
for the office of member of the Board of Education,
and that I am not disqualified
and that I am not disqualified
as a voter
as a voter
pursuant to RS 19:41,
pursuant to RS 19:41,
nor disqualified
nor disqualified
due to conviction of a crime
due to conviction of a crime
or offense
or offense
listed
listed
in NJSA 18:12-1,
in NJSA 18:41,
12-1,
12-1,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all of the duties
of that office
of this office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Brian Rivera will be administered by Judge Rivas.
Don't get closer. Get on this side.
I'm here.
Yeah, be easy. All right, so you can put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
Hold
Hold it, yep. All right, repeat after me. I, Brian Rivera,
I, Brian Rivera,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will do true faith and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I, Brian Rivera,
I, Brian Rivera,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
that I possess the qualifications
prescribed by law
prescribed by law
for the office of member of a Board of Education,
for the office of Member of Board of Education,
and that I'm not disqualified
and that I am not disqualified
as a voter
as a voter
pursuant to RS 19:41, pursuant
pursuant
to
to
RS 19:4-1,
4-41-4-1,
4-1, nor disqualified
nor disqualified
due to conviction of a crime
due to conviction of a crime
or offense
or offense
listed
listed
in NJSA
in NJSA
18:12-1,
18:12-1,
and that I will faithfully,
and I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all duties
of that office
of that office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Felicidades. You got to take your...
Take your mask off. Ready, Mommy? Look at the camera. Say it's in public schools.
Public schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now call to order and stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Edison Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Board of Education administrative offices. Copies of these notices were sent to the Home News Tribune and the Star Ledger on January 5th, 2021, and December 21st, 2021. The public may participate at regular meetings in accordance with the bylaws and the applicable state regulations. Okay. We will begin with roll call. Ms. Podolsky? Here. Ms. Madiker? Here. Mr. Burrell Patel?
Here.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Here.
Ms. Pang?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Here.
Mr. Schneider?
Here.
Mr. Shi?
Here.
Mrs. White? Here. All present. Okay. I will now call for nominations for president.
I would like to nominate Douglas Schneider for president.
Any other nominations? If there are no other nominations, we will now close the nominations for president. And we will, in front of you, you will have a vote. And please put your name and the person you are voting for. Okay. I will now read the votes for nomination for president. Carol Podolsky, Douglas Schneider. Virginia White, Douglas Schneider. Jerry Shi, Doug Schneider. Brian Rivera, Douglas Schneider. Douglas Schneider, Doug Schneider. Mohan Patel, Doug Schneider. Burrell Patel, Doug Schneider. Shannon Peng, Doug Schneider. Shivi Madiker, Doug Schneider. We now have President, Mr. Douglas Schneider.
That was short-lived.
Hi, thank you. Ms. Gluck, should I move forward with the nominations for vice president?
Yes, please do.
Does anyone have a nomination for vice president?
No. Ms. Podolsky.
Ms. Badovsky.
I nominate Shivi Prasad Madhukar.
Thank you. Do we need a second?
No.
Okay. Any other nominations for vice president? Okay, if all the board members could please write down their nomination and their vote and return it here to my desk, please. Thank you. Okay, we have a roll call here. We have reading each name and who they voted for. Virginia White, Shivi Madigar. Jerry Shi, Shivi Madigar. Mohan Patel, Shivi Madigar. Shannon Peng, Shivi Madigar. Biro Patel, Shivi Madigar. Shivi Madigar, Shivi Madigar. Carol Badovsky, Shivi Madigar. Brian Rivera, Shivi Madigar. And Doug Schneider, Shivi Madigar. We have a new vice president.
Thank you so much. I'm humbled by the incredible support. Thank you to all board members.
This was short-lived.
Ms. Gluck, can we move to certify the election results, please?
Candidate 1, Padmaja Chinta, 4,839 votes. Candidate number 2, Douglas Schneider, 7,359 votes. Candidate number 3, Burrell Patel, 7,501 votes. Candidate 4, Brian Rivera, 6,732 votes. Candidate number 5, David Tingle, 4,886 votes. Candidate 6, Vimel A. Parikh, 4,372 votes. Candidate number 7, Elizabeth M. Conway, 4,619 votes. Candidate number 8, Ralph Errico, 2,546 votes. Candidate number 9, Gabriel Haller, 3,120 votes.
Thank you. Do we make a motion for that? Or it's- no, right? Okay. Okay, so next we're going to move for the approval of parliamentary procedures. And that resolution says,
Be it resolved that the Edison Township Board of Education in the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, to the extent consistent with the state law, policies, and bylaws of the board, will be guided by Robert's Rules of Order. Mr. President, if you can make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the,
Someone has to make a motion.
would somebody like to make a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mohan Patel, second.
Second.
Shivi, second.
Okay.
Roll call?
Ms. Badowski?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Great. Next, we are going to move for the adoption of the state-mandated Code of Ethics. We are going to have the reading of the Code of Ethics by our board attorney, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Code of Ethics Resolution states that whereas Title 18A:12-24.1 Code of Ethics for School Board Members requires that a board member shall abide by the following Code of Ethics for School Board Members. A, I will uphold and enforce all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Board of Education and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes shall be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures. B, I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing. C, I will confine my board action to policy making, planning, and appraisal, and I will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. D, I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. E, I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action that may compromise the board. F, I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interest or partisan political groups, or to use the schools for personal gain or for the gain of friends. G, I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. In all other matters, I will provide accurate information and, in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its school. H, I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Officer. I will support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. J, I will refer all complaints to the Chief Administrative Officer and will act on the complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board members serving the Edison Board of Education acknowledge that they have received a copy of the Code of Ethics for school board members and understand the responsibilities they are undertaking as members of the Edison Township Board of Education.
Thank you. So we're going to move now to certify this code of ethics. Do I have a motion to
Motion.
certify? Bureau Patel, motion.
Motion.
Second, Mr. Shi. A roll call, please.
Ms. Badowski?
Yes.
Mrs. Madiker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Thank you. Each of us has a document here certifying our code of ethics, and also we need to sign that and turn it into Dr. Bragan or Ms. Gluck, please, before the end of the night. Okay. So we're now going to move to public comments, resolutions only. These, based on these two resolutions only, please. Any public comments? In the back.
Christo, South Edison. Do you guys have a copy of the agenda?
There should have been some there, and
Yeah.
we could give you an extra one if
Yeah, thank
anybody
you.
have an extra one.
Christo, you take mine.
Thank you very much. The two resolution, Code of Ethics by Board Attorney and the certification of code ethics?
Correct. Certification of code of ethics, and then also the approval of the parliamentary procedures, which is the Robert's Rules, the first one.
Thank you.
Board President?
Yes.
The resolutions we're talking about here are the designation of depositories and the approval of the 2022 meeting dates.
Oh, okay.
We already have one of the newly appointed board members that have violated some of these Board of Ethics. I wrote up the ethics violation myself.
Not the resolution.
For H, I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Officer. We have a board member who was trying to get another board member hired, and I wasn't the only one who wrote that ethics complaint. There's also complaints from possibly the superintendent, other board members as well. G, they're constantly leaking the confidential matters. For F, a few members, whether they're members of the ETA, NJEA, EDO, MCDO, there are special interests up there right now. This is more than just Burrell. For C, I will confine my board action to policy making, planning, and appraisal, and I will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. So we have Burrell violated C, he violated H, and we swear him in today. It seems a little bit hypocritical to me. The evidence is all there. Most of the evidence is his own words. He admits it himself during a Board of Education meeting. So regarding ethics, it opens up. I can speak on anything regarding ethics. Board of Education President, do you think it's fair for members of the public to, you don't think that this Board of Education member should just quit and a new member should be voted on?
We're sticking to the resolutions here, which is
Yeah,
our signatures on the Code of Ethics.
Yeah,
Okay?
and I'm speaking about the ethics, and we have Board of Ed members that have violated not just one, but numerous, and on many occasions. It seems to me we don't take our oaths of office very seriously around here in Edison, New Jersey. And that's very troubling to me. I think you guys need to reread this tonight when you go home. And take your jobs very seriously. We shouldn't be showing up to Board of Ed meetings and putting pressure on certain employees to put their friends or family members and give them free busing when they're not supposed to get free busing.
We're going to stick to the resolutions here with the documents that we're
Absolutely.
looking at, okay?
And that's why you guys need to reread these, so you don't continue making the same mistakes. I think if I'm going beyond the scope what I'm allowed to speak about, we have a very intelligent lawyer. I'm sure he would put a stop to me. But yeah, very troubling to me. We're not allowed to, it seems to me the vote for BOE president today, and president and vice president was already
We're going to
made.
stick right now to the resolutions.
I'll come
which-
back for public comments.
That's fair. Anyone else? Public comment about the resolutions, please? Okay. Move to close public comments about the resolutions. We have two resolutions. We have the designation of depositories for the 2021-2022 school year. Do I read this or you? Go ahead.
Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Edison Township Board of Education approves that all checks, notes, drafts, and warrants be signed by all of the following appointment of the following: Douglas Schneider, President; Bernard F. Bragan, Jr., Superintendent of Schools; Christopher Mullins, Treasurer of School Monies, whose signatures shall be duly certified, to whose signatures be duly certified to said banks, and that all checks, drafts, notes, and warrants issued by the Board of Education will not be honored unless so signed.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Bureau Patel, motion.
Second.
Shivi Madiger, second. Roll call, please.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Thank you. Next, we have a resolution with the approval for the 2022 meeting dates. Okay, so would you like me to read these meeting dates?
No, you don't have to read those.
The meeting dates are published on the website. We do have a caucus and a public meeting each month. And please visit the website to see the exact locations. We can be found here on January 20th, which is in just a few weeks on Thursday, right here at JP Stevens, and the following Tuesday, January 25th. For the rest of the months, please visit the website. And does anybody make a motion to approve this calendar for 2022?
I have a question for
Yes.
the meeting days. Dr. Bragan or Mrs. Clark can answer.
Yes,
So in month of May, we have a preliminary budget hearing on 4th of May, right? After that, the caucus meeting is 12th of May, and 27th of May is usually we have a Thursday and the Tuesday right after. I understand the one in April is, so is that an error or that's how we decided to keep it the 12th of May meeting. Is it supposed to be 19th or it still stays as 12th?
The 12th is, Mr. Bureau Patel, is the budget adoption meeting. We could either use that as the caucus meeting as well or have additional meeting as a caucus. So we'll leave that open to see if we want to add that in there.
So we'll have one more, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do a motion if no one else has questions.
Okay. So motion by, any other questions? Motion to approve the calendar for 2022?
Motion.
Mr. Patel, Mohan Patel, motion. Second?
Second.
Mr. Biro Patel? Roll call, please.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, I want to open it up to the board members here for an open discussion. Would any board members like to say a few words?
Board President?
Mr. Shi?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate the 3 elected board members, and congratulations to Doug and Shivi for taking the leadership role, and looking forward to work with you guys for the 2022. It's going to be a tough year with all the pandemic and everything. I hope with the new leadership will make the school district much better. But to go with the tradition of my meetings, I have 3 questions for Dr. Bragan, if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Okay. So, Dr. Bragan, I have 3 questions for you. First, we have heard a lot of complaints, concerns from the parents regarding the opening of the school, right? So I saw some of the responses that you had with some of the parents. I just want you to take this opportunity to share with the public what are your thoughts on why we reopen school while some of the other districts is going remote or a temporary remote. Second question is, given the holiday season, a lot of gatherings, we heard a lot of concerns about parents that they go to a party with 20, 30 people, and after the party they notice that one of the participant was positive. And as we all know that COVID testing right now is a long wait, and the kids do not have any symptoms. They want to be safe, so they want to keep the kids at home, but without the providing, the test results or going through the test. And in our COVID protocol on the 4th box, there is a box that for people who are asymptom and with no symptom, but not positive either. So the request is, can we expand the access of online instruction, which is a watch lively, online, and homework with the students with no symptom for the next 2 weeks. And the follow-up question is, what is the process to notify the schools if the student falls into that bucket? And the third question, the last one, I'm sorry, is what is our return to work protocol for our staff?
Okay. You are
Yeah,
not
I'm
no-
sorry. Normally we don't do this business, in the first reorg meeting, but this year is a little bit slightly different. So I hope you understand, and thanks for your understanding.
Understood, Mr. Shi. You have a reputation for asking us some difficult questions, but nonetheless, as many people are aware, there were some concerns about returning to school today, January 3rd. And, you may have heard some of those as board members. I know I've heard a few as superintendent. We were one of 10 districts of the 25 that were fully in person today. And people asked, well, why would we be in person? And one of the reasons is, there's several, but one of them was because many of our students, we need to be in person. The remote instruction that took place over the last 18 months was inadequate to meet their needs. We did the best we could in a difficult situation when we were forced to go remote. And then for almost a year after that, families, rightfully so at that time, were given the opportunity in a hybrid model to choose either in person or to choose remote instruction. And upwards of 75% of our families at that time chose remote instruction. So many of our students were not in a physical location for almost a year and a half. Prior to our break, and since September, all of our children, which is in accordance with the governor's directives and the state law, we're not allowed to offer a hybrid option. We're not allowed to offer parents the option presently to either be in school or to be hybrid and remote. The governor made that clear in June. He reiterated that in August and again in September with the road forward documentation that was provided. What we saw with a lot of the in-person students from September until December until now, many significant learning losses. Students were not where they would traditionally be, and not just at kindergarten and preschool, at every level. Our teachers did a valiant effort in doing all they can to make sure our students met with success on an online format, but it wasn't the same. It's not the same as being in the classroom. And not just the learning aspect, but the social aspect. And people say, well, you know, come on, Dr. Bragan, come on, Bernie, social, emotional, that's not that important. Well, when you have students that are attempting suicide, I would argue, yes, it is that important. And where some of our students are with their ability to cope with frustration, the burdens of being in school on a regular basis, and things that they haven't navigated for almost a year and a half on a regular, traditional basis with their peers in a supportive manner, many are struggling. We have many more behavior infractions. We have many more students that are identified for supportive services due to emotional concerns and identified for immediate psychiatric assistance, much more than we did traditionally. And it's not just Edison Township, it's our entire community. And everyone, not Bernie Bragan, attributes that to not being in school, not being around your peers, not being in a learning environment, not being able to navigate what school means at every level, from preschool all the way up and through 12th grade. So these decisions are not made in isolation or something that we would take easily. That a decision to switch to be totally remote has to be based on a number of factors. You have to get approval for most districts with the county Department of Health, but in Edison we have our own Department of Health, so we would work with our local Department of Health, which is led by Jay Elliott, and or the Executive County Superintendent to get their support. People have said, well, Bernie, what about Woodbridge? Right? What about South Plainfield? What about South Brunswick? The superintendents that I've spoke to, and we speak regularly, I don't speak to everybody on a friendly basis, but most of us as colleagues, almost without exception, those districts have gone remote because of staffing concerns. Woodbridge High Schools went remote as of last night. Many of you may know that. We're a neighboring town. They're almost equal in size to us with 3 high schools. And the superintendent, Dr. Massimino, did that because he got calls late last night that his high schools, they were unable to staff the buildings due to his staff members being sick or being in close contacts where they couldn't come to school. We haven't had that situation in Edison. Do we have absences? Yes. Are we sometimes struggling a bit to cover them? Yes. But we haven't been at the capacity where we could look in the mirror and say, listen, we don't have enough staff members to safely staff this school. That hasn't happened. If that does happen, well, that's a different situation. Then we may have to close schools for a period of time until this passes. So we take all of this into account when we make these decisions, and they're not done haphazardly or easily. And there's also another segment of the population that wants us to be in school, that needs us to be in school, that due to work arrangements and things in their life outside of here that they can't have the option that many of our other parents do. So while I know there's a group of people, and many have reached out to me, that have expressed a strong desire for us to be totally remote for a period of time, I haven't been able to do that because while I hear your concerns, I'm a parent, 3 daughters, I hear everyone's concerns. Your children are your greatest asset. They're your hope and your legacy for the future. It's the one thing that you care more about than anything in this world. Everyone in this room, I think, would agree with that, because I know I do. And many of you I've talked to individually, and I know you, and I've spoke to you about your children. I don't want to put anybody's child in a situation where they're in harm's way. And I have to think about all 16,500 children, all of them. It's not an easy decision. You know, heavy on the head is the burden of the man who wears the crown. I'm okay with that. But the things that I have to facilitate into the decision-making process are not singular or not solely in one aspect or one grade level. When at this point, the DOE and our governor, you have one or two options. That's it. We can't have a hybrid model where we say the parents that want to participate remotely and the children can, and those that want to come in. That would satisfy everybody's need. That would satisfy our parts of the community that want to be remote and the ones that have to come in. We're not permitted right now to do that. Really, the only reason that I could go to the executive county superintendent in the Department of Health and say we need to close is that I don't have enough people to staff the buildings, and that hasn't been the case, thank goodness. And our teachers have been very professional and working their butts off to do what they can and not taking advantage of being out unless they were really a close contact or being sick, and I trust in their professionalism. I kind of rambled a little bit, but it's not an easy decision. It's not one that is going to meet with satisfaction with people that want remote instruction. I get that. I understand it. That was some of the reasons why we opened. I think it's important. And we have enhanced our protocols. We've reiterated the importance of all the cleaning procedures. The mask wearing is probably one of the single most effective things that we do. And schools are the only place where children are required to wear masks. And I know if we went remote, many students and many parents would stay in their homes and not go out. But I know many other kids would be out and would be at restaurants or in the mall or in the shopping centers or at the bowling alleys or wherever other places people gather. And masks are not required in those environments. They're not as safe as it is in school. And there are issues at school where people don't wear masks, right, at lunchtime. And we're trying to make sure that's only when the children are physically eating and not when they're just in the lunchroom. At the elementary level, we've made every elementary school, we're now requiring all the children to eat lunch in the classroom. So they could potentially be 6 feet apart the whole time when they eat, and at least they'll be around the same children in their classroom, and we have some control over that, right? High school is a lot harder to do that. You know that. I was in J.P. Stevens today as well as Edison High School. The lunchrooms, there's a lot of people and there's a lot of volume. And it's hard to do that on a regular basis, right? To keep everybody 6 feet apart for the whole time they're eating. We can't. We can make sure people, when they're not eating, have their masks on and when they're moving about the cafeteria, right? Trying to think of some other concerns that were presented to me about this. Okay, and so today, I tried to visit as many schools as I can. Those of you that know our district know we have 19 locations, including our 2 preschools. For me to get to all the schools, it would take more than 8 hours, believe it or not, if I want to spend any time in the classroom. So I got to about half. I'm going to try to get to the other half tomorrow. And this isn't always what people want to hear, but what I saw today, I saw children and staff happy to be back at school, engaged in learning, smiling, working with each other, and being in school for the reasons we were in school to begin with. To learn to develop and explore our potentials, to work with each other for a common good. And when I left, I'm going to say one school in particular because I spent a lot of time in the classrooms in that particular building with Ms. Mahabir, Lincoln Elementary School. When I walked out of that building today, and listen, I question myself as we all do. I have to look at that man in the mirror every night and be happy with what I see if I want to sleep. And I said to myself, how could I tell all these people here that they have to go home, that they can't do this, that they're not permitted to be in school? Because the environment was so robust and so meaningful for all that I saw. Now people will say, well, Bernie, you didn't see everybody. No, I never see everybody. But you get a good feeling in the gist of the bulk of what I did see. And what I did see were people happy to be back in classrooms with students and teachers interacting with one another in a safe environment, Now, when I look at this group of parents, can I guarantee to everybody here that not one of those children or adults will ever get COVID? I can't do that. I can't guarantee that for anybody. I can't guarantee that won't happen if you go to ShopRite or Big Lots or the Lottie Market or wherever else we go in town. I can't guarantee that. I can guarantee we're going to do everything in our power to try to mitigate that. And we look at the numbers, right? What did the data say from today? First day back. It's a big deal for all of us. It's a big deal on a normal day. I don't know about the rest of you. I had trouble getting up this morning. I'm used to sleeping a little later last week, right? I didn't have to come to work as much. So we had 13,300 students that were present today. On our rolls right now, we have about 16,500 students. So you look at those numbers, about 80% of the entire school student population was in. It's not great. There were some students that were out for a variety of reasons. Some students were close contacts. Some students were COVID positive, I'm sure. And some students chose to stay home today because they wanted to and wanted to see how things would go. But when you look at the big picture and you look at those numbers, this is a significant amount of people. 13,000. More than 13,000 students were here today, and almost all our staff were in. We had absences like we traditionally would have on a Monday, some higher than others, but the majority of our staff members were in. We have over 2,000 staff members. That's 15,000 people that came to work today. And from everything I saw, had a productive, meaningful experience to help benefit the children of our town. That's why we're here. That's why that decision was made to do what we're going to do and what we've been doing. Not change in the future? No. The data are real. The data are ever changing. Should staffing issues become an issue? Yeah, then we can't have children in if we can't supervise them. Should the rate of exposure in our district get to the point where we're noticing that people are getting sick in the buildings from each other? Yeah, then we'll close those buildings. That hasn't happened. The data hasn't supported that in what we've seen. And that's why we made the decision thus far that we have. And it's not an easy one. And my job is the superintendent. I'm the guy that's the target. I get all the praise when things go well, and I get all the responsibility and the attacks when they don't. And some people have been vitriolic in what they've said to me in my emails. And if I took it personally, I'd be very upset. But I get it. I'm a parent. When it comes to children, our passions get the best of us. And I don't think most of the people meant some of the nasty things that they said. Because I do care. I care about your children as much as I care about my own children. The other question Mr. Shi asked, I believe, was about parties if someone's sick and they're a close contact. What we've done is we've set up remote instruction access for students that have to quarantine or that are positive, right? We do have kids that are getting sick. Thank goodness this Omicron, if I'm pronouncing it right, variant, while it spreads pretty quickly, historically, it hasn't been as serious for most people, especially if you're vaccinated or boosted. And that data is from South Africa, where the virus started, and it's kind of already ran its course there. There, Dr. Fauci, I forget the woman's name, in charge of their medical infectious disease there, had a report on it that I went over on NPR the other day. And, thank goodness, it spreads quickly, but it hasn't been making people as sick, which is a great thing, especially for those that are vaccinated. However, if, as Mr. Shi said, someone realizes, hey, we had a family gathering for Thanksgiving, not Thanksgiving, that would be an old one already, for New Year's Eve, and we had 25 people there, and we realized afterwards one of our party goers was sick and had COVID. What should I do? Contact the building principal, let them know that your child was a close contact, and close contacts we would expect to quarantine. Contact the principal, though. The principal then would direct the teacher that, hey, Bernie Bragan was a close contact. He's going to access for the next 5 to 10 days, depending on where we are, via the remote instruction. So that is in place if that needs to be. Have the parents please contact the building principal, though, to let us know when that situation occurred, if that did indeed occur. And that's another one, the 5 to 10 days. I don't know if you're as attuned to these things as I have to be in my position, but the CDC changed the protocols, and it could be as little as 5 days of quarantine as opposed to 10. And that seemed like that was relatively good news, right? That students and staff wouldn't have to be out for quite as long. And the Department of Health from New Jersey actually endorsed that as well. The problem is the Department of Education did not support that. I anticipate that they will, but right now for the Department of Education, which is who we answer to via the Department of Ed and the governor, the quarantine is 10 days. It may go down to 5 days. I do anticipate that's the CDC adoption. And those things they've been put in place for people to test to stay in school. You look at New York City, the largest district in the country with over 1 million students across 1,800 schools, they're fully in person today. And because they see the damage was done when we weren't. And so that's the answer to that question. I think I got that right, Mr. Shi. And the return to work protocols for staff members, I'm going to ask if Dr. Aldarelli could go over the protocols and the information that we have on our website regarding coming back to work and coming back to school for that. Dr. Aldarelli, if you don't mind coming up to the mic.
Thank you, Dr. Briggs. So the question was return to work protocols for staff members?
Mr. Shi, was that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, so the return to work protocols for staff members and students are exactly the same. Those exclusion charts are located on our district website. If an individual tests positive for COVID, it is 10 days from that positive test as per the State Department of Education guidelines. If a student is identified as a close contact and is vaccinated, there is no need to quarantine. If an unvaccinated student is identified as a close contact, they have two options to quarantine. They can test and reduce their time frame from 10 days to 7, or they can go without a test and serve a 10-day quarantine time frame. Once those isolation terms are exhausted, they're free to return to work as long as they are demonstrating an improvement of symptoms and are fever-free for 24 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up, Dr. Brigham, you mentioned about those procedures for parents to report to the principals. Can we make sure that all the cameras in the classroom in the working conditions, so if that's needed, the kids can watch live, and the assignments are given to the students, after the class through whatever media that they go through. Could you make it consistent, throughout the schools?
Yeah, we'll follow up with our administrative team on that, but the idea would be that the principals would let the teachers know and provide that access to cameras. As far as I know, they're operational in all the classrooms. While we were fully in person, they obviously weren't utilized with as much, because in many classes, students weren't quarantined, and when that number went up a little bit, they were utilized more often. And then the access to the Google Classroom keys, we will work on that with our principals to our staff members.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, it took so long.
No. This is great information. Anything else, Mr. Shi?
I'm good.
Okay. Maybe we'll start over here. Mrs. White, any comments tonight?
Well, I'd just like to add my congratulations to all our newly elected. I wish you best of luck, and we'll all work so hard to make things go very well. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Ms. Peng, anything?
No, thank you.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes, thank you, Board President. First and foremost, I want to congratulate the newly elected board members, Biro Patel, Doug Schneider, and Brian Rivera. I would also like to congratulate our new board president, Doug Schneider, as well as our vice president, Shivi Madukar. Sorry about that. I'll get that right. And I want to thank Jerry Shi for the full year and the rest of the board for doing a fantastic job. We went through a lot last year, and to drive that ship, it was one thing that I want to thank you for, and just want to congratulate the new board again, and look forward to working with everybody together, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biro Patel.
Yes, so thank you, everyone. Usually folks prepare speeches on this occasion, but out of respect for current crisis that we are facing with the rising COVID cases, I feel not appropriate to say any fancy words tonight, except that I'm here to help, to serve the people of Edison, and I'll collaborate with other board members township, state, and the other authorities and work hard for our children, parents, educators, and staff members. And I thank everyone who supported us so that I can be here. And I thank from bottom of my heart all the students, all the parents, the educators, the staff members, and all the residents of this wonderful town who put tremendous efforts every single day to make our school district better and better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Biro. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing I want to say, I'm excited to work with Mrs. White, Mr. Shi, Ms. Pang, Mohan, Shivi. I am going to miss Mrs. Conway up here, Ms. Conway. I do think, a round of applause, because you really worked hard with this current Board of Education, so did Mrs. Chen. So I do want to give you your due. You will be missed. But I am excited to work with these individuals. I am excited to work with my new team. I think there's a lot of brilliant people up here with some great ideas. I think if we all get together and put our mind to it, I think we could succeed and do some good things here for Edison Public Schools. So I am excited. I can't wait. I want to thank the public for putting their trust in me. I'm going to do my very best to do what's best for our children, and I'm excited. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spadovsky?
Yes, first I'd like to congratulate our new board members and our new board officers. And with all the craziness going on and all the things we're trying to keep up with, I noticed today on my computer, it told me that the state of New Jersey has a proclamation and has declared January of 2022 as School Board Recognition Month. And I find that kind of ironic because I think the school board members are running around trying to do so much right now that it's not really a good time to celebrate us. But it was declared that this year by Governor Murphy, and honoring over 5,000 elected volunteer board members who provide oversight of school district operations, including finances, policy, curriculum, and staffing. I've been attending these meetings since around 1993 when we first got our first elected school board. Before that, they were appointed. And so it's been a lot of years, and there's been a lot of school board members and a lot of changes. But the one thing I knew then, I know even to be more true today, it is not an easy job, but it is an important job because it needs to be done. And so I thought it was very quietly on the internet, and no fanfare, but this is School Board Recognition Month.
Thank you. Ms. Madiger?
Oh, thank you, Doug. So first, I'd like to thank all the board members again for the confidence that you've shown in me, and I would like to work together with passion and doing the best for the Edison School community. And more importantly, I want to welcome Doug Schneider, Brian Rivera, and Biral Patel once again to our Board of Education. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about, all this chatter about that's happening on schooling, in-person schooling. I know, Dr. Bragan, you and I have had lengthy discussions on this topic, and you know where I stand. There's just some of the things that I wanted to bring up, which is one of the things that is unique about our schools is that, we are very overcrowded. And so if there is a way where we can develop some type of creative policy, for instance, what East Brunswick is doing, where even though hybrid is not allowed, they're setting up these in-person supervised classes. And I'm wondering if we could do that so that, those who want to stay home can stay home, and those who can come in will be allowed to come in. And I think they're doing that for the elementary school level. And beyond that, I also wanted to bring up some of the policies and procedures which are not very clear right now. I know that I got a couple of messages from people where they said that the home tests were not being accepted for COVID. So if somebody wanted to, wasn't sure whether they had COVID or not. And first of all, it is tough to get the PCR testing done, and it takes time to get the results. So what is the protocol if somebody is feeling sick, has a cold, a cough, and the PCR test hasn't come back? Like, what is the protocol?
You want to answer that one first? Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate your first thing, Mrs. Madiger, too, about, I'll look into that if that's a possibility. As I know we talked about, I think it was East Brunswick Public Schools put some in place where they have a supervised in-person but a remote. The space would be an issue for me, the size, but it's something to look into. So I appreciate that. The other thing is, in Dr. Aldarelli, I'm going to say this, but if I mess it up, please come and fill in for me. Dr. Aldarelli is our Human Resources Director, and he oversees all of our COVID protocols, and he's an expert. He's become an expert in this area. If somebody feels they're sick, staff or student, stay home. If you believe you're sick, stay home. We don't want you here. As much as we love all your children, if they're sick, we want them to stay home. If you take a home test and it comes back positive, let the school know. Now, technically, a PCR is what's required. If you got a home test, stay home. Try to get a PCR test that comes in and that either says, confirms that you're positive, and then we know you have to stay out for that duration of time until your symptoms abate, or it says it's negative, and then you can come back. But we'll go over that with our principals to make sure they understand that, because I don't know if we've reiterated that message to them, because the home test doesn't necessarily suffice for a positive, but I would much rather err on the side of caution and take that as a presumptive positive and then go from there. Dr. Aldarelli, we good on that? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so just one suggestion, if an email could go out to all parents specifying the policies and procedures so they know what to do, that would be great.
We could send it out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? I just wanted to say a few words. I really appreciate the idea that the fact that I'm up here, this is an honor. Want to first thank my wife and my kids and my entire family that allow me, without their support, I couldn't have run for this election and obviously have time to govern the way that we expect and we hold ourselves the standard to govern. And usually on a day like today, to echo what Birol said, you celebrate and you're happy that you're up here and you could very enthusiastically move forward into the new year. The tone would be very celebratory, but unfortunately this year's reorg meeting coincides with today, which was our return to school and perhaps the most challenging time our district has faced. We as an entire community have been making tough personal decisions on how to proceed with our own daily lives as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. We all every day make these risk assessments every day, and now our administration is making these tough decisions, not just for their own households, but for our most valuable asset, which is our children. It's a tough spot to be in, believe me. Our community seems to be the most passionate community that there is, right? So voices have been heard, expressed to us as board members, certainly expressed to the administration, and everybody's listened and really taken all of those concerns very seriously. Our collective goal should always be creating the healthiest possible in-school environment while maintaining the same high standard of education for those who cannot be in school because of this virus. And I could say with confidence, that our senior administration and our building leadership and our teachers and our security guys and our facility teams and everyone involved have all gone above and beyond to make sure that all of this happens today, and they will continue to do so. I cannot emphasize how much communication has gone on behind the scenes and how much passion and care for our community everybody that you see up here, everyone has shown. And moving forward, as the new board leader and the board's president, I'm proud to welcome Shivi as my vice president. And probably more appropriately, if there was a reality where there could be co-presidents, that's what we would prefer to be. Shivi's been a long time board member and brings a wealth of organizational knowledge to our leadership team, and I really do look forward to working with her. But it's not just the 2 of us, or 3 of us, or 5 of us, it's all 9 that you see up here. None of us are lacking in any enthusiasm or energy for our community, for our students. We're all here for the same reasons, and I look so forward to working with everybody. And I thank Mr. Shi and Mr. Mohan Patel for their leadership over this crisis over the past year. We need to, but that said, we have to reaffirm to each other, okay, a commitment to each other as board members to make sure that we're functioning at the highest level. We should have a high functioning committee structure. And we really do need full transparency, both internally with each other and with you, the public, and those watching on the internet, and those that are not able to watch. Everyone. And we'll move forward a student-focused agenda while maintaining fiscal responsibility to our residents and taxpayers. We will provide assistance where we can to our administration in navigating this tough COVID-19 pandemic. But we should continue, while we're doing that, to continue and accelerate discussions of any overcrowding solutions, okay? Infrastructure improvements, property acquisitions, potential property acquisitions, quality of life measures for our faculty and students, and most importantly, the continued demand from our community to expect the highest level of education possible for our students. So with that said, I would look for a motion from the board to close board member comments and to open public comments. And public comments will always be welcomed and encouraged here, so I want to make sure this is a fantastic crowd tonight, and we'd love to see more people here to be active in our community. So again, can I have a motion to close board member comments and open public comments?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Brian. Second. Roll call.
Ms. Podolsky?
Yes.
Ms. Smatteker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Okay, great. Public comments. Ms. Ship Freeman, please.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to congratulate the brand-new board members. I'd like to congratulate the president and also our vice president, Chevy, who's been here working hard all the time, answering our questions. And I would like to extend my hand out to the Board of Ed, as usual, for the council and the Board of Ed to be more connected together and for us to work together to make Edison a better place and take care of the things that we need most. Get rid of overcrowding and get us a new school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Conway.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. It's been a while. At first, I'd like to thank everyone for coming together. I'd like to congratulate the 2022 board, Doug as president, Shivi as vice president, and all the rest of you. I have 2 things to say, but I'm going to start with my grandson goes to preschool in South Plainfield. He is so excited about going to school. On Saturdays and Sundays, he wakes up and says, "Is it Monday yet?" Well, when he found out he was not going to be going to school this morning, a couple of days last week, he cried. He wasn't going to see his friends, and he was going to miss his teacher dearly. So today we started him on an 11-inch Chromebook, if some of you know what I'm talking about. And we got through 2.5 hours of a 4-year-old on a Chromebook. The teacher, I have to commend, was beyond fabulous, breaking up the lessons and keeping them on task. I wanted to rip my eyes out of the socket from watching what was going on for the 2.5 hours. But knowing that, he felt a little bit better because he did get to see his teacher and he did get to see some of his friends. So you're torn as to being in school and learning versus sitting looking at a computer for any extended period of time. And I'd like to appeal and thank the whole administrative staff and the administration for truly monitoring the protocols within the schools for mask wearing and social distancing. Knowing how overcrowded our schools are, this is a major undertaking. But we need to do the best we can do because you can see how many parents are sending their children to school but are very fearful. And if we can really monitor and start up the best we can to make sure that these protocols are being followed and social distancing by doing anything possible to keep our children safe, I applaud you. The second thing I came up with, and I would like to address Ms. White because she's the big proponent. I know I myself have seen the website with all the requirements and the things going on regarding COVID. Yes, we talk about this, we question that. But is there a way, Mr. Barker, if he's still here, to add something else to the parent help desk with a quick question? Just like, okay, my son had the home test and he came out positive. Do I count the 10 days from there? Just to get that quick answer. Someone else call. I was exposed because my father was exposed to someone else that was exposed. Do I have to stay home for the 10 days? Quick answers. So if we could get that to be an added security, knowing that everyone is truly aware of what the rules are. Looking at the website and looking at the different charts and listening to the different, CDC says this one says this one says this. I don't want to know what everyone says. Can my daughter go back to school on Thursday or Friday? Okay. I think that would help with the insecurity of what people know. So if that's something that can be done and done easily, I would like to see that happen. So if we put these added securities in and make it known so that the children, oh, you know, Mrs. Smith, I don't like wearing my mask, but boy, does she make sure that I do. I would like to hear that, and I applaud her for doing that. So in this time, we need to do what we feel is best, but do it in the best way we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Board President, can I ask something?
Yes.
There are some kids in the audience. If we could have them go up and make their comments first, so this way they could go home as well.
Any students looking for public comment? Right there. Come on up.
Mr. President, can I comment to Mrs. Conway's, one of her questions?
Yes, Brian.
Ms. Conway, I think that's a phenomenal idea. One of the things that I've seen districts do is create task force, which include several administrators and some school nurses. So if a parent does have an issue, one of the people from the task force actually contacts the parent back and advises them on what protocols or what they need to do to move forward in regards to COVID. And even if a school administrator or principal has an issue or a question that they feel they cannot answer, they speak to a member of that task force, and then they get a common answer throughout the district. So I think that's a phenomenal idea, and I think, Dr. Bregan, that's something that we should look into. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, gentlemen.
All right. Good day, board. My name is Alvin Wu.
My name is Devin Mondo, and we are student journalists for the Edison High School newspaper, and we had a few questions that we wanted to get answered.
So,
sure. If you don't mind, you're going to ask all of your questions at first, and then we'll follow them, and then we'll answer them afterwards, the
yes,
best
sir.
we can.
All right, the first question we have here is that the district's exclusion chart for COVID says that vaccinated individuals who come in close contact with positive cases do not have to quarantine when they are asymptomatic. However, we've seen that the CDC states that the vaccinated people who do get infected with COVID-19, breakthrough infections, can still spread the virus. So why doesn't the district require all vaccinated individuals who are in close contact to quarantine?
The second question, so as we know on the district website, there's a series of graphs that show COVID-19 cases. According to the sources we've talked to, students in Edison High, people said that cases were not reported for the weeks of December 20 and December 27. And during that time, we've noticed that a large amount of students in our high school have gone COVID. And there was a whole... Yes, COVID and quarantine, and there was a whole fiasco because in the cafeteria, people sitting next to the students, they weren't contact traced. So even if you sat next to the student in the cafeteria, but you didn't share a class with them, you were not contacted saying that, hey, there's someone with COVID you were close contact with. So we wanted to know, how long does it take to actually update the COVID-19 cases graph on the district website? Because I think there's clearly a problem of transparency if they aren't updated as soon as possible to both the students and the parents. All right, also, just wanted to add, according to Reuters, today actually, New Jersey has reported the highest rate, one of the highest rates of transmission across all the states in the United States. So that means that cases are, it's easy for the virus to spread between one person to another. So is there any way we can tackle this given that both high schools, not just J.P. Stevens, are overcrowded? That's all.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. And really, it's amazing that you guys are here, and it's great to hear that you're journalists. Journalism is a industry that we need good, smart, enthusiastic people. I'm also an Edison High School graduate, so very cool. Dr. Bragan, do you want to address some of these questions?
Sure, I'll do the best I can. Regarding the graph,
you guys can have a seat if you'd like.
Regarding the graph on the website, we try to update that on every Friday, and we didn't have school last Friday. I think we ended on Thursday. I believe that day was the 23rd. And the data should be accurate up to that point. We didn't put in all the data while nobody was here because nobody was in school that needed to quarantine. Everybody was home. We will update it again as we normally do at the end of the week. We try to get it exactly on Friday afternoon. Dr. Aldarelli, I'm going to ask him to say a few words. We're going to update that chart to make it more of a dashboard, similar to some other districts. That'll provide some more specific information regarding that. Regarding the CDC protocols, Dr. Aldarelli, if you talk about that, I know that's an area of your expertise regarding the exclusion chart that's on the website.
First of all, my compliments to the two gentlemen. Fantastic job. Excellent, and great questions. So as far as the exclusion chart is concerned, those are the guidelines that we're governed by. Unfortunately, we don't have any say over how we exclude and things along those lines. We follow those CDC, actually the state level protocols with regards to that. I totally understand that there definitely are breakthrough cases. What we do tell those individuals in that case is that if you are exposed and symptomatic, it's always good to get a test. Even if you are exposed and not symptomatic, it's always good to get a test. The more testing, the better. And we have testing available throughout the district.
Dr. Aldarelli, can you talk about, we have enhanced testing coming up, don't we?
Yeah, we're looking to expand our testing program. We currently have it every day of the week. Right now, we're looking to extend not only the hours of those testing every single day, but also add an additional day in the afternoon. We're currently working with a few labs right now to secure those pieces. So once we have that information, we'll get it out to the public as well as to the staff. We also have some information that's been provided by Ms. Madiger, which regards to free testing. Anybody that would like to order a test, I believe it's a saliva-based test. That information is also located on our district website. To address the other piece, Dr. Bragan, with regard to the home tests, home tests in the very beginning were not very reliable. They've become increasingly more reliable. We definitely accept those as a screening measure. We always ask staff or students to confirm it with the PCR, as those are traditionally the more accurate ones. But we definitely use those home tests now as a screening measure, and we've updated the exclusion charts to reflect that. I forget the other question, Dr. Bragan. About the charts, about the chart. So what we did is we're going to update our COVID dashboard. We're actually going to include charts designated by school to record the number of cases by school on a weekly basis. That information is going to be updated on Friday. Dr. Bragan, myself, and Mr. Barker right now are working on a couple models, something that's easy to read for staff and students currently right now. That'll be updated every Friday based on the number of cases for each school. As they come in, they'll be reported weekly, so you'll be able to see the number of cases per school. Sound good, gents?
Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot.
Any other students in the audience?
Yeah, there's one right.
If you're a student and you have your hand raised, come on up. No? Ms. Chinta.
Good evening, Dr. Bragan and board members. Padmaja Chinta from Edison. Happy New Year to everyone. I know we're off to a rocky first day of school, but I'm still hoping it's a happy week and a happy year. Congratulations to new board members, Viral Patel, Brian Rivera, and Doug Schneider, and congratulations also to the new president, Mr. Schneider, and new vice president, Ms. Madhukar. I wish you all the best of luck, and I wish that you all take ideas and inputs from each other and truly work together constructively for the benefit of our students. I also want to just say thank you to the outgoing members, Ms. Yuna and Ms. Conway. I want to give a special shout out to Ms. Conway. I don't remember how she voted on any specific issue. What I do remember is every single meeting I've attended, and I've come to a few, she was always very clear and professional in articulating her reasons and opinions. And I hope that all board members, old and new, take a page from Ms. Conway in how to convey your thoughts while being respectful to your colleagues and to the public. Thank you again, and thank you for always maintaining the dignity of this office. Coming to the school reopening, I, like many parents, would have absolutely loved to have the hybrid option. I wrote to Dr. Bragan, like many others, and while I was waiting for his response, I was perplexed as to what the reasoning is for not having the hybrid. And I did a research on my own and realized what Dr. Bragan just shared, that under the governor's guidance, that's not possible. But my question is, I guess I have a few questions. My first is, why was this simple reasoning not shared with parents openly? It's not confidential information. It would have helped us better understand where you're coming from and may have reduced some angst, not the whole thing. Second, we're still waiting to know what all specific guidelines are required to meet the virtual option under the governor's guidelines. I know there are some guidelines. I think you alluded to some, like shortage in teachers or not having enough kids in school, but I believe there are others. And could you please specify all those guidelines openly here? Other districts have shared this information with parents, and I am not sure why we have to struggle to get this information and why our district cannot be more transparent in sharing information. Third, even if only in-person schooling is the option, can we please extend the remote instruction availability to not only quarantine students, but also students, as has been mentioned, that are waiting home 2-3 days to get the test results. And also for those students, and I know for majority of students, they feel better after the 10-day quarantine period, but there are some who are not fully recovered by the 10 days, and I would like to see if the same remote instruction can be extended in those instances. Maybe they need a couple of extra days or 3 more days after the quarantine period. Fourth, even if in-person schooling is the only option, I'm wondering why some of the common sense measures were not followed by the schools. Like I understand today in JP Stevens, many classrooms had their windows open when the temperatures outside were freezing, 30 degrees temperature. I mean, I understand we want to avoid COVID, but we certainly don't want our children freezing and, asking for another health disaster. And lastly, on the exclusion chart, I am not sure, maybe you can clarify again on the quarantine requirements for fully vaccinated individuals that are not showing any symptoms. I thought the CDC is now requiring all individuals who have tested positive, whether vaccinated or not vaccinated, to isolate for a required period. So maybe if you can please clarify that again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Mrs. Chinta. We could definitely clarify that stuff on the exclusion charts. I'll make sure that gets done. I'm just taking my notes now. And I apologize if we weren't as clear and concise with some of the things that you requested for that information. The road forward and the road back, the documentation that was provided by the DOE is linked on our website. I did make an assumption maybe that because we had shared it a while ago that it was common knowledge, and it wasn't. So shame on me. I will make sure we're more forthright with the information and some of the things that I spoke about tonight that maybe some people didn't understand in the rationale. And if that helps guide the process and be more transparent, I will definitely do that. Our goal here is not to hide anything from anyone. I have nothing to hide, nor do I want to hide anything. So if that comes across that way, I count on people like you, Mrs. Chinta, to reach out and get in touch with me. Emails, I try to get in touch with. I try to be regular with them, but sometimes when we get a lot and the day gets away from me, I don't always do it as quickly as I would like to. So I can appreciate that. You found that answer on your own before I got back to you. Specific guidelines as far as the quarantining and the students that are available for the remote instructional access, it's pretty much if you have to be quarantined right now, if you're a positive case and you're being home, required to isolate at home, or if, as we said in the beginning, and someone, I think Mrs. Madiger, someone asked if we could put some email correspondence out to make sure it's clearer with parents and with some of our community. If you think your child was exposed and you were at a function and somebody at that function, whether it was a New Year's Eve party, a get-together, a family function, and somebody was positive, that you feel your child was exposed, let the principal know. If you can take a home test, that'd be great, and say, hey, I got a home test, or I think they were exposed. I think they're, before I get them tested, and we would rather err on the side of caution. Contact the building principal, who will follow up with you, and then we'll follow up with the teacher to enact that remote instruction for the period of quarantine, and hopefully you'll be asymptomatic, get a negative test, and come back fairly quickly. The windows at JP Stevens High School here, I will tell you that I went around the building today, and there were some classrooms I saw that were cold. That's not our expectation. We'll reiterate that with the teachers. One of the things that's provided by some of the guidance in the CDC protocols for being in school in the Department of Health is open up windows when possible. 27-degree external temperature, I would say, is not possible. And I'm not going to defend that because it's not what I would support either. If you want to crack the window and let some air circulate, that's fine, but the classroom should not be uncomfortable for our staff or our children. The idea is that you get more airflow, the better for everyone in an inside environment. However, when it's really cold outside, we're not going to do that. So we will look into that, and I was aware of that. A few parents contacted me, and I think a few board members as well on that. And I know Mr. Shallop is here, Dr. Shallop, and we'll reiterate that with our instructional staff as well. All right. I think I got everything there.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Bregan. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Sudhendra Mishra. My son goes to JP and my daughter goes to JMI.
Welcome here.
Congratulations again to the new members and President and Vice President. Mr. Superintendent, while I understand your reasoning, I respectfully disagree with you. 2 weeks is not what you talked about in the mental health situation. Not 2 weeks. It's 18 months that causes that, and there is enough research about it. So that's the first disagreement. Second one, is in JMI, my daughter came home and said, "Dad, I was cold 7 hours. Can I challenge each one of you to open your windows for 7 hours tomorrow? It's not as cold as today. And sit in your office." Why did it happen to my daughter? I'm emotional about it, but I really want you to know that you are the parents when they're at school. Why did it happen to my daughter? Thank you.
Can I respond, Mr. Board President? I would agree with you that a 2-week duration isn't what caused a lot of the damage over time. I'm not arguing with that. My concern is twofold, and this is totally candid, that if we elected that option, right, and we were able to justify the rationale to the bodies that needed to approve it, that it would turn into more than 2 weeks, that there would be an inertia in place to stay. Why come back? We're remote. It's working. Why come back?
Okay, hold on.
I was asked to respond. I'm just responding on the perspective. And while people can say no, and I understand that, that was a concern that I had. That's, if you guys don't believe or ascribe to that, I respect that too, right? But that was my concern, that if we went remote, it would be difficult to come back. And I do believe that. And you could say no, and I respect your positions on that as well. The other thing you mentioned about your daughter at JMI being cold for 7 hours, I can't defend that. That's not an appropriate decision. I'll fix it. I can't go back in time and take today back, so for that I apologize, sir. I get 3 daughters I talk about all the time. They're no longer in K-12 school, but I'd be upset with that as well. And I think the guidance that was shared regarding the COVID protocols and some of the things you want to mitigate the virus while in the building is to open windows when possible, you know. On a 70-degree day, a 60-degree day perhaps, not on a 25, 27-degree day. So we will immediately reiterate that with our staffs not to do that. So my apologies, sir.
And just to reiterate, I mean, I have 3 children that go to Thomas Jefferson, and I picked them up from school today, and the first thing they said was, "Daddy, it was cold in school." So it wasn't just on the social media and everything. I mean, we're aware of it as a board, and I think the administration is fully aware at this point. Let's see. The gentleman in the back, that's fine. Come on up, either one. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, congratulations to the newly elected members and the president and vice presidents.
Can you just speak up a little bit? It's hard to understand.
Congratulations to newly elected members and president and vice president. And thanks for the opportunity to take the parents' concern. Some of the points Mr. Superintendent mentioned, and respectfully disagree with those. One of the point he mentioned that last 1.5 years we've been in the remote, and we had like great learning loss, social law, student social loss and all. But if you could have calculated like due to that how many lives we could have saved, that might be much more better evaluation. If we could not gone to a remote, then how many lives we could have lost, that might be a very bigger loss compared to what you have counted the learning loss. Second point is going to a 2 weeks remote may be necessary, and many school district has taken that option. Reason is everyone understand that right now we are much more higher than last 1.5 years. We are like almost as per the statistics provided by the young kids, that it is very situation of like kind of going with a freight. Coming to the another final point, which is like you might have evaluated various scenarios, but there are situations where I have my young kid who is like below 5 years and he is not vaccinated. My elder son goes to a school, and if he catch it up and without knowing, it might be a risk. And you are not providing any excuse leave or remote for such scenarios where they can continue to learn. I have to wait when my elder son get infected, and then only he can do a remote learning. What is this? Like, are we waiting for that? That, hey, go and get COVID, and then I will be able to save my another son's situation. What is the evaluation done, and how you have justified that whatever you analyzed, that is sufficient? And other school districts where they have taken 2 weeks of remote, they didn't analyze? Did they took a decision without analysis? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just again, I appreciate your concerns. I think we disagree on some of those. And regarding other districts, I can't speak to what their rationales are or why they do anything. I don't know. I know the superintendents that I spoke to, and there was a handful that said their decisions and their justifications with the Department of Health as well as with the Executive County Superintendent were due to staffing concerns, which are not present in our situation right now. Thank you.
Sir?
Congratulations to newly elected board, president and vice president. Myself, Rahul More. All other fellow residents already raised their concern. I have one basic question. Superintendent being an administrative authority taking decision about whether to keep schools open or closed based on whatever data administration collects. Okay. What is the role of board elected members in this? You are also resident of the same town. You see the situation day in, day out. What is your stand on it? If it is just an administrative decision, then why we need board elected members also, right? You see concerns are there every corner. Resident, parents, kids, all are concerned. Why are we taking only decision based on just some numbers which are not correct even? Like the kids mentioned, for last 2 days or 3 days when actual 31st and other events happen, data from testing is not been published. How accurate is your data is a questionable thing. Okay. Taking the point to the next level, my kids were there in the school, both in JP and JAMS. I'm not afraid to send them to the school. I believe things will be good. But how you assure that when they eat food in a canteen or in cafeteria, where everybody needs to eat food and take out their mask, how are you assuring that they will not catch COVID over there? And at the same time, looking at the fact, for last whatever time we are up, my kids are skipping lunch in the school, just with the fear that they will catch COVID. Today in JP, my daughter explained me around 600 kids were absent. Is that not an alarming number? I want answer from Board of Education members. What is your role in taking a decision? Is it just administrative decision? Okay. Superintendent is right. Then I don't need elected members to talk about anything else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. As a newly elected member of the board, I could tell you that everybody knew that obviously tonight was the swearing in. I've heard from the community quite a bit. And our role, to directly answer your question, and maybe the attorney can help me here, but our role is not to make that decision. We can pass along our thoughts, feelings as parents, as board members, as people that are leaders in the community that people trust to share their opinions with. But ultimately, it is an administrative decision. So it would be the wrong assumption to sit there and look at all 9 of us and think that we're all in total agreement with either what's happening, what could be happening, what has happened. But what I could assure you is that the message in all ways is getting across to the people that need to hear it, and then those decisions are made.
Mr. President, would you like me to
Yes,
address the
sure.
question?
Right. Well, I appreciate that, and appreciate all the members of the public speaking. I sort of have a unique capacity as the board attorney because I'm also a board member in my hometown. So the function that all the board members have here, I serve in my hometown as well. And one of the things that was read today when I read the Code of Ethics that all the board members swear to, and I think it's very important that, you know, we heard someone say that everybody on the board should read that, but I think every member of the public should know what the code is for board members, because board members and a school board are not like council members. They're not, they can't take direct action in the way that a council member can take direct action. They have to do everything as a collective and through their administrator, the chief executive officer of the district. Dr. Bragan serves as the CEO, essentially, of the Edison School Board. That's really what his function is. So when you read out letter D under the state code of ethics that says, I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. So the function of a board member is not to administer the day-to-day operations of a school, but to see that the schools are overall well run and making sure that the professionals, that the staff, that all the individuals that President Schneider indicated before, the security team, that everybody is functioning together and working well together. And if that's happening, then the board's doing its job. Outside of that, it's actually illegal for a board member to take an individual action or for the school board to take that kind of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Venkat.
I think I have a lot to talk, but let me congratulate two members that I truly admire for not corrupting the elections. Mr. Doug and Brian Rivera I had mentioned earlier. Thank you for running the clean campaign. And Mr. Doug, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Chivi, congratulations.
Thank you.
And Jerry and Moin, you guys have done an excellent job, and I think we will not forget what you guys have done. So thank you for being there as well. I think, Doug, with your permission, I would like to ask Dr. Bragan, you know, for 12 months, I'm a big fan of Dr. Bragan, and 1 month, always the January, I think I always had butts with him. So this is the today's date. Dr. Bragan, before I talk to you, I think I forgot to answer, at least respond to Mr. Attorney, his name, I'm sorry, I don't know his, but I think, Attorney, I would like to say this very simple words. Board is a lawmaking body, whereas Dr. Bragan is an executive body. Obviously, board can influence by making the law and policies. So I would like to stop there, and I'm more happy to talk to you about the board's powers that they have, they can do it. So unfortunately, last night, Dr. Bragan, you became the villain. Everybody is talking that 9 board members, out of them 3 are gone. Nobody has any control. You are the ultimate power, and I don't agree with it. And I'm more happy to write that why the board members are not responsible. They are responsible. Some of them are accessible. I think thanks to Jerry and Shivi that are accessible to us, and I'm sure that they got some wrath from the people. But I think you became the villain, Mr. Bragan. I like 99% of your decisions. So sorry to say this today that you could have actually put the blame back on the BOE or somebody else. You don't need to be the bad guy. The reason for that is, Woodbridge Superintendent clearly stated, at the parent's choice, 2 weeks can be taken and the remote is offered before he went to remote. That means if the governor's order is true, then how did Woodbridge Superintendent has called for 2 weeks at the will of the parent? I think that is number one. The number two, both parents got the COVID and the kid is not positive. Then they wrote a mail to the principal. Principal said that I cannot comment, I cannot guide you. I think that is insane. If both parents got infected and the kid is exposed, and I spoke to a doctor in Edison, I can send you the reference. She said it takes 3 to 5 days for the exposed kid to actually test it positive. So can we take a risk of the day 1 exposed kid for 5 days to the school, and 4th day and 5th day he passed to the kids in the classes, in their lunch places? I think that is insane in my view, to allow both parents are infected and still asking the kid to come to the school. I think there must be a clarity from you and your team, at least. And the second one is quarantine and isolation at home is considered as an absence or a present? Because if the virtual is given, option given, I think it is going to be present, unless there are different rules. I would like to get an answer to that. Let's say this. My son is exposed to a high school kid, JP. He went to a movie. He went to a play date. And I'm told that kids are not going to be, positive for the next 5 days. I tested positive, negative, negative, negative. Maybe after the 5th day I may get positive. I stayed at home for a whole Christmas without meeting anybody. New Year, no gatherings. Me being an Indian, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to call it. Every Indian in this room or in this town, back in India, had lost somebody. We take dearly the losses of our back home families, and we do care, and we are very cautious, extremely cautious about our kids. We don't want to take risk. So all we want to let you know that is, if you don't want to take the risk, I want this board to write a resolution that yes, allow 2 weeks of remote, or go and question the governor. We are more happy to write to governor that 2 weeks option Woodbridge superintendent has given, and our board is not acting on it. I'm blaming all 9. Obviously, Doug and your team has just 3 of you has taken oath today. But all the lame duck BOE members are responsible for not passing a resolution to allow hybrid for 2 weeks. It is emotional, and I'm telling you one more thing. I will send my kid to school no matter what happens, because I'm willing to take the risk. But I know my fellow colleagues are very much concerned, nervous, and I heard that there are 80 or 90 kids has been found with emotional, suicidal tendencies. But I think out of 17,000, if you take at least 50% Indians or 40% Indians, the parents could get a heart attack or other things because of this. Kid is cold. Kid got the COVID because they already lost somebody near and dear back in India. I wish and I request sincerely, I think you should not be the bad guy alone. Make your 9 people as bad as well. Make a combined decision to ensure that a 2 weeks option is given, or at least, last but not least, if a parent is called saying that my kid is having a sore throat, it may take 5 days to test positive, but the result may take another 5 days. So please allow my kid to do it without questions asked. Please grant 10 days of remote for those only few people, so that you meet 90% of in person and 10% maybe in remote, only for 2 weeks. I sincerely request that. Thank you.
May I respond, Board President? Well, if January is the month, Van Cat, where you're against me, it's only the 3rd. I got 27 more days left. I always appreciate your comments because they're rational, and I really do appreciate your perspective. I'll find out what Woodbridge did and how they got that approved, because that's not my understanding, but I'll find out. Dr. Massimino's a friend. I will reach out and I will call him. The other 2 things that you mentioned to me are concerning to me, though. A student who spoke to, I'm assuming a principal, or I'm not sure, I'll find out, but both parents were positive. That's a close contact. That would justify being quarantined. So I'll follow up, and we'll make sure we reiterate that with our principals and our expectations, and Dr. Aldarelli, as our expert on that, will put that together. And the same thing with the other exposures that you mentioned. If there's an exposure and it's a close contact, that person should be quarantined, and we'll make sure that we reiterate and clarify some of those procedures for those people. You're welcome.
Thank you. Sir?
Hey, so I'm a student here at JP, and I would just like to speak from my experience. So first of all, your contact tracking system, it doesn't work. The hallways are crowded completely with people. In lunch, there's people everywhere. They're taking their masks off. I have friends who are in contact with people with COVID, and they sit with them at lunch, and obviously they're taking their masks off, they're eating, which is the only time they're allowed to, but they still weren't told to quarantine because you have no way of tracking it. Also, Dr. Reagan, you said that you saw a couple of elementary school kids smiling today, and they seem to be very happy. We're all in an academic setting here, right? I think we all know that that's not a good way of sampling. Based on a couple of elementary kids smiling, you can't really say that people are happy in general. Can we have proper testing methods? Yeah. Also, I would like to read the school mission statement, or one line of it. The district, in partnership with the community, will provide a safe, supportive learning. At this point, if you can't guarantee 100% safe learning environment, then you're not in alignment with your mission statement. So the best way to provide a safe, even if you say it's not as effective, is remote learning. That's the best way to provide a safe environment. Also, with you forcing, or at least the administration forcing people to take testing, it really raises economic concerns because not everyone has the funds to go to a doctor or go, go to a doctor and get a doctor's note, or like I'm not exactly sure, but like that's what I'm saying. Like, not everyone has the funds to go and get a doctor. Also, we had a teacher in our school who had a breakdown today that based on COVID concerns and a family near crisis, a crisis where one of their family members was near death. There's a bunch of students here who live with their grandparents, with their parents. It's not just the students that we're focusing on, as the person before me said, it's also the family members of the students. It's the COVID concerns, even if you're exposed to COVID, it's not just about the students, it's how their family members are gonna react. So you can't just say that you're not concerned with what's happening outside, because what's happening outside also affects the student and how they're learning here. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
I just want to add on some points that he said. There's also another thing of why contact tracing it doesn't work is because masks they're not 100% guaranteed to prevent COVID from spreading. And if you look at JP Stevens hallways, you can clearly see that it's not just standing next to two people that'll give you contact. It's very crowded in the JP Stevens hallway. You can be spreading it to 5 people or 10 people, and they will be spreading it to hundreds of people. And another thing is, the school claims to care about mental health issues, but the thing is, what specifically has the school done to actually help mental health? And another thing is, you said that if students are feeling sick or they're taking a PCR test, they should stay home until they find out the results. But the thing is, these absences, they are unexcused absences. They don't count as actual excused absences. So how can, that's a large reason why people are not actually going to stay home. It's because their absence will be unexcused. So how do you solve that? And yeah, those are just some of the points I also want to bring up.
Okay, thank you. Woman all the way in the back, please.
Can I respond to some of those?
Sure.
President?
Go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate you two gentlemen taking the time to share your perspective here, and I would encourage you to continue to do that. Some of the things that you did mention, regarding the close contacts and the tracing, from what you shared, we have to do a better job at that. I'll reiterate that with the building administration, because we want to do all we can to be as successful with that as possible. I just want to reiterate one fact. You mentioned something about that my metric for determining what we were doing was a few smiling faces at elementary school. That's not what I said, nor was that the determination that was used. I was simply reiterating what I observed during a visitation today to about 9 of our schools, and that was one example that I shared, but in no way is that the metric. I do understand research and what the data would support, so I just wanted to clarify that. The testing concerns, if anyone has an issue with that, please let us know, because there's free testing available. We do offer it on site as well, the testing 5 days a week as we're expanding. We're looking to possibly have some on the weekends too. So anyone that's having a burden with a cost for that, please let your administration know. We'll try to do what we can to support that. And I feel bad if there was a teacher that had an issue today, I wasn't aware of that, but hopefully we'll be able to get the supports. Regarding students' mental health, there's a lot of supports we put in place. There's a lot of things that we have enhanced this year due to what we knew would be increased concerns. If at some point the gentlemen that presented it from JP today aren't feeling that those services are reaching them, well, that's a communication thing we have to make sure that we correct, and that the students are aware of the services that are available, and that we have additional services for all of our children. So I will review that with the building administration as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the absentees, I'm sorry, I just want to address that. Anyone that's absent because of quarantine or suspected of having an illness, which may turn out to be COVID or not, that would necessitate being quarantined, wow, we don't have a blanket statement that says that all those absences, because it would be hard to keep track, are excused. Should anyone go over because of those days, there's a review process, and I guarantee, I've said it on more than one board meeting, that will be addressed. And you will not lose credit because you were asked to quarantine or stay home because either you were suspected of having COVID or you were a close contact. So we'll reiterate that with the building administration as well.
Hi, I'm Christine Keefe. I'm a teacher at John P. Stevens High School. Congratulations to the newly elected board members. I felt like I should reiterate that. And thank you, Dr. Brigham, for addressing the problems with hybrid learning. I cringed just thinking about last year, so thank you very much. I did want to share a little bit about my experience at JP Stevens today. The students that were there were phenomenal, but there were something in the neighborhood of 30 teachers who were uncovered, which means that there was something in the neighborhood of 150 academic classes that did not have a substitute teacher. So teachers had to give up their prep periods to cover. I gave up both of mine. And that still didn't provide adequate coverage, so there were even some classes sent to the gym for group supervision. I teach a world language, which is Spanish. In my department at JP, there are 6 teachers currently quarantined. Most of them actually feel well enough to teach their classes from home, but instead their classes are getting independent work for the next week or so. And if an administrator were able to come in to cover some of those classes, most of them wouldn't be able to teach Spanish, French, Italian. Today I covered AP French. I don't speak a word of French, so I couldn't help them at all with what they were working on. I know there weren't administrators covering class today, and my guess is because I was receiving emails all day as students were cleared for remote access instruction. But I had about 7 or 8 students absent at class today, and most of them did not get that today, so I feel like they did not have access to instruction. So I hope something will be looked at to somehow address this process. And really, I have been a teacher in this district since 2001, as I have it on my back. I love what I do. I believe my former principal, Ms. Polakowski, and my current principal, Dr. Shallop, would attest to that. I am fortunate to work with an amazing staff who made sure their students were unaware of the frustrations today. But I left school today just drained and kind of demoralized. And this situation is untenable, so I hope we can somehow address that. Because I know it's a teacher concern, but it does affect the students. And it made me very upset. I almost teared up today. So I felt like it had to be said. So thank you for listening.
Board President, can I respond a little bit to that? I appreciate your efforts there and what you said too, I really do, and the concerns are for both teachers and for staff. You mentioned something though that we're working on, and you said there were 6 people in your department that were excluded either due to exposure or being sick, that they couldn't access their expertise, whether it's French, right, Italian, or Spanish. We're looking at maybe making that accessible, so we're working on that right now to see that we can do that, so that the students would be able, even if you were home or excluded, to share your expertise and maybe have an administrator cover the class who could be there but not necessarily speak fluent, I think you said advanced French, right? So we're looking at those things. So we are hearing that. Thank you.
I see 2 gentlemen right here by the podium. Either one.
So I would congratulate the boards. All of you got new positions. That's great. Now it's time for action, right? As Venkata said, it is within your power to pass a resolution. And then our superintendent has to execute that resolution. So let's make that happen, right? You see all the anguish. So many people. I've never seen this many people, hardly ever, right? At these meetings. So much frustration, so much anguish for all the people, students, right? He talks about, kids getting depressed because they're home and not being able to socialize. Both my sons are nervous coming to school, are anxious coming to school. And that situation is repeated every single day. How many times you have seen kids come to this meeting, right? That should tell you that the decision that's being made here is wrong. It's only one day, so damage can be corrected. The sooner we act on it, the sooner the damage is corrected, right? If we just, I understand your concern, I understand your concern, I understand your concern, that's not solving a problem, the problem at hand. There is lots of data. 25 districts, you said. Out of that, 15, which means majority, made the right decision, right, for remote learning to start this year. That means you are in the minority. When you're wrong and in the minority, you should fix your decisions. That is what we should be looking at. We're not looking to deflect blame, say, I'll do this later, I'll check into this, I'll check to see contact tracing. This gentleman have pointed this out. My son, one of his classmates, sitting right next to him, tested positive, nothing, no contact tracing, right? So it is severely flawed. Your numbers are severely underreported. If what these kids are saying and what everybody's saying, you can't go by your numbers. They're wrong, right? We have a clear option. Even a month of remote learning does not cause a decline. I am more worried about my kids' education and what they are going to learn than you will ever be. And that's equal for each and every parent. If we were to put this issue up for a vote, it would pass regardless. You know, the only reason this is happening is because there is one person who's making one irrational decision based on their mindset and their biases. Why are they making this decision? Because they do not have kids. They do not have skin in the game, as they say. This is the fundamental issue here. I am very frustrated, as you could probably tell from my voice, right? But it is up to each and every one of you here as a board member. You know, like otherwise, what good is a board if you cannot do anything about it, right? So Venkata was accurate. He has given you a prescription of how this could be handled. If superintendent isn't willing to make that decision, right? So let's do something about it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'd just like to ask the board attorney to address, if a resolution was proposed, what type of result could a board resolution have on what the policy is?
And on what Dr. Bregan would be construed, I think that was the question, right, Mr. President, was what, if there was a resolution that was proposed and the board passed something, first of all.
That, and is it within our ethical code to intervene?
Without rehashing and reading again from the Code of Ethics again, the board cannot pass a resolution that would tell the school district to do something other than what the State Department of Education has already mandated and what the State Department of Health has already mandated and therefore through the Department of Education has imposed on every school district in New Jersey. There's a unified system that every school has to follow the same procedures and protocols, and you can't deviate from it. Schools are not independent, school boards are not independent like that. They can't make those kind of decisions. That would be an illegal decision by the board to do that, and it would be overturned by the Department of Education and enforced by them.
So I respectfully agree with
Sir,
what you're saying.
we're gonna have a rebuttal period if you'd like to come back up.
Just
okay?
one thing to say.
Just,
Somebody
you could come
needs to
back,
look into-
everybody else is gonna speak, and then you could speak again, please. Sir, right here. Yes, sir. And please just say your name before you start. Yeah, I got you. I'd like to know their name. Yeah, I'll ask you your name, sir.
Yep. This is Krishna Vemuri. My daughter is in the same school, J.P. Stevens. My elder daughter, she finished the school last year. We have great respect for the decisions you take and you work it out. One of my daughters is out of this and she's into the better ways into the future. Great. I never came to these meetings. Probably this is the first time. And probably there's only once I came, something like this unique, where we really wanted immediate decisions or something what is going is not at all right. And I was sitting here, I didn't realize when I saw here there's so many people, and I felt, oh, they're talking all my points. But the reality is everybody has got the same things. Let's talk about the low-hanging fruits, so-called low-hanging fruits that we talk in our day-to-day life. we talked about windows being open in J.P. Stevens. And my daughter is the one who is sitting next to window. If tomorrow that window is not closed, what should we do? Can you advise us? Or do we have to wait for 3 more days for the windows to be closed? That's my first question. You said you're going to look into it, like the other gentleman said, yes, we look into it, we are listening to you. Action, we need some action. If it is not done by tomorrow, what do we do? Should I send another email? Should I come and talk to somebody? What should I do as a parent? Because I cannot imagine my daughter sitting like that. Not only my daughter, even anybody sitting like that, obviously we all feel the same. My second point is about the same topic everybody is expressing. I thought it may be a repetition, but you better listen from everybody, know how serious the parents are considering this. Many a times when we are in situation like this, we are in this kind of meetings in my professional life almost every day. The problems are solved when we look at it as us, not like you and me. And I see a distinct difference of we parents and you board. And in the beginning of the meeting, we said, hey, we have to improve our communities, we have to work it together, and we'll do. We have to look at, this is a pandemic situation. This is not a normal situation. This is not, people are thinking that it's okay, we will get away in 2 weeks' time. And we are thinking of in 2 weeks' time, probably, it may not be finished, we may have to extend. But let's look at this way. We have some numbers of around 1,700 or plus 2,000, approximately 2,000 people, including the teachers. 80% have come in. And 2 weeks later, this will expand to much bigger number. Let's say 100 more. 100 more families. Who will take that responsibility? And we are waiting for the numbers. We are waiting for something to happen. Do we have to wait for any disaster? And when we are looking at the numbers, we said 10 out of the 23 education districts have ran the schools today. But look at the other way. 13 of 23 did not run. There is something. We are not trying to, put our case and argue in the court, and this is something beyond that. We are talking about our kids. Why everybody is so emotional here? Nobody is against anybody here. There's nothing personal here. This is our kids. And we need some actions quickly on this. Like one of the gentlemen said, you ask the kids, they will tell exactly the same thing. They are not interested to come in. There may be few, obviously, not everybody will be 100% saying yes or no. You will always have the, mix of this. There may be some families, and for various reasons, they want to send them to the school. That's all the more the critical, the fear that we have. Even if they have the symptoms, they will send them to the school. The number will increase by another 100 or maybe whatever may be the number. Why should we give that opportunity? Imagine we are in 2020 March and we did continue like this. We would have contributed to increase the numbers here. And in fact, in the beginning of the 2020 March and in the last year, Edison was doing fantastic, like 1 case, 2 case, single-digit cases. We are very proud of that. And now, we are not doing well. There is something that we have to, it's not that, we took a decision, we need to stay with that. Think little beyond, think like us. Us means not us, think like us, together. And we need some actions there. If I can go on like this, I'm sure everybody has got the same concept. We need some action, and we understand some, responsibilities, accountability, limitations, but there is something beyond that. That is what we are going to. This is pandemic. We don't have pandemics every time. We have, it's not our choice. We happen to be part of this, and we need to show our leadership skills, our real parental skills, what we can do to the community. There's no point putting in different meetings, after something really bad happens. There's a time we need to act. Yeah, if you can answer my first question, Second one, I will wait, along with all the others there.
Thank you. Your time's up. You could have a seat, and then you could come up and ask after.
Perfect. Just as a more global response, I appreciate your passion when it comes to your children. Most of us here are parents, and we get that. When it comes to our children, we're all very passionate about the decisions that are made that impact and affect their lives. As equally passionate as you are, and many people here tonight are about having remote instruction, there are parents in this district that are equally as passionate about the need for the children to be in school. And we heard a lot of comments tonight about parents, about students in this particular building, John P. Stevens High School, which is probably our most crowded building. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But there are also 18 other buildings as well, across both sides of towns. And as passionate as all of you are about this situation with your children going on in this building, is primarily what I heard today. There were other buildings though too. There are equally passionate people who want to be here. And they're not here tonight. They're not advocating for it because they don't think things are changing. If we decided we're going totally remote tomorrow, the next meeting, they would be here. It doesn't take away from what your passion is or what you believe in or how committed you are to your perspective and what you want to share about your children. It's just that there are both sides to this. So I understand it. Your second question was, what do I do if my daughter goes to school tomorrow and the windows are open and she's sitting next to him and she's cold? You call the principal. If that doesn't meet with immediate attention, you call me. I gave you my word that that's going to change, and that's going to change tomorrow. I mean what I say, and I try to say what I mean as best as I can. I make mistakes, but I try not to make the same ones, and I try to have integrity with my word. So I will do that. You have my word on that. And I'll try to get that information out, depending on what time we get home tonight, to the principals, if not early tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Krista?
Board President?
Yes.
There's a few in the back. If they can just come up so they can ask the questions for the first-timers, please.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Barvi Stahlhammer. I've emailed you, Dr. Bragan, a couple of times. I want to congratulate Doug and Shivi in your new roles as BOE. I'm here with the same concern as the prior parents as far as the school. I'm not sure, you know, it's a hard position, Dr. Bragan, that you have. I do not envy your role to make these decisions on a day-to-day through the whole COVID period that we've gone through. I commend you with what you've done thus far. But today I'm here in person because I strongly, strongly feel that a short period of remote will help balance, because the safety of the kids of this district, the staff, and everyone is in your hands. And I think that's the number one role that you play. And I really, you know, need you and the team to be vigilant in this constant change of the virus that we're faced with every day. It changes. Day-to-day data is changing. And I was unaware until these kids came and announced the fact that New Jersey is the highest as of the latest cases. That's surprising. And today's data, I'm only looking at the county. Edison was the highest in the last 24 hours in the county of Middlesex. That's not what I want to see Edison be ranked number one. So I ask you to rethink this decision, as the safety of the district lies in your hands. You heard from a teacher even, you know, I know that there's rules by the governor, but if you look at the surrounding of Edison, all the towns around us, Metuchen, New Brunswick, Piscataway, Woodbridge, South Plainfield, Colonia, every town surrounding us has gone remote for a reason, yet we are rated number one in cases. Why? We need to control this virus, and I think that is the only way. I understand your concern for the reduction in learning. My child faced it. I know that. I do not like it. But as a balance, from a safety perspective, I think it is critical at the state that we are in as a whole, as a community. And so I ask you to really rethink the whole decision and what needs to happen. We as parents here are all gathered. We're here to help whatever you need to make that happen. We're here for that. The majority of the kids between the age from 12 to 16, even those that are vaccinated, the efficacy has reduced. We've come to a 6-month period of their vaccination. Only today has the CDC released the fact that they can be vaccinated. Give us that week, 2-week remote to allow them to reduce the spread of this virus, to get vaccinated and increase their immunity to fight this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Has anybody, this woman right here in the black mask, it's very difficult. I'm going to get to you right after her.
Hi.
You haven't spoken yet. This is
I
your
don't want
first.
to add anything new. I'm actually seconding whatever the other speakers have told.
Your name, please? I'm sorry.
Antara Bhattacharjee.
Thank you.
So whatever the other folks have told now, I second all of those. But Dr. Bregan, what you had been telling from the first, that this learning lapse that will occur because of remote learning, it applies if the remote learning goes for the rest of the year. The ask is not for the rest of the year. It's only for a week or two to curb the spread right after the vacation, so that so many families who have gone for domestic travels or international travels, or maybe gone to big gatherings, they are not unknowingly spreading the virus to a lot more kids. It's a measure to curb the spread, not for the rest of the year, just for the 2 weeks. That's the point you are missing. And number two, right now what you said that there is two sides of the equation. Some folks support it, some folks do not support it. You should have taken a parent survey. Then you would have got that idea long back, how many parents want to come and how many parents want to get a remote instruction for 2 weeks, again, not for the rest of the year. You should really consider it. It's just 2 weeks. I know your point that after 2 weeks someone might not want to come, but after 2 weeks we don't know what is going to happen. Who has seen the future? We have to see what we have right now in our hand. Right now we can do the best for our kids and the community by going 2 weeks of remote. If you want, you can always go for hybrid. Whoever wants to send, they can send. And who goes by the science or the data, the hospitalization rates, they can opt for remote. Not a big deal, just for 2 weeks. Hybrid for 2 weeks. I don't know what is so wrong, what is so hard to take this decision. All the other school districts have taken it. Forget the others. You take the decision for our school district, for your kids. Thank you. It's an honest request. Please consider.
Thank you. Christo and then Tony. Christo first.
South Edison, am I recognized? Thank you.
Thank you.
As the now you're the newly appointed Board of Education president, you had called on me earlier, and then 2 people came up. You should have called Mohan out of order. You have a gavel now. You got to use it. When
Point taken. Thank you.
he was out of order, you got to slam it and say, all right, you're out of order. For the lawyer, I'd like to say, January 7th, our Christmas. Merry Christmas, brother. I love you. I want to say congrats to Brian. You deserve to win. And Douglas, you also deserve to win. As we see, your running mate, He's not up there. No show, Baral Patel. He takes after Sam Joshi, it seems like. Doesn't even have time. He gets elected, doesn't have time to attend the meeting here. It shows a lot. It shows a lot. Okay. One of the meetings I was here, board president, lawyer, okay. Some of the Board of Ed members, they have to ask certain people up here questions. I don't like when we have, for instance, Joy Ship Freeman or other people, Maria. I felt they were telling Baral what to say, what questions to ask. This cannot be allowed. These people did not get voted in. Baral got voted in. If he doesn't know what to say, he shouldn't have anything to say. And that's end of the story. I will be requesting the security footage later on tonight. I'll explain to you why in the email. About giving names, you don't have to give names, but you know that. But you can ask, people can comply. They can waive their right. They shouldn't do that. Recently, we had the 3-minute time limit. We've been talking about the 3-minute time limit, and with concerns like COVID and all that, I think it's very irresponsible for whatever board member asked Dr. Bragan to put that on the agenda because they didn't want to be criticized for things that they do. It's very, very bad behavior. I feel you are favoring who speaks first because you picked Joyce first, and then you picked the students. And then for me, subconsciously, you show you favor the politicians over the students, even though when the sunshine law is concerned, it's open up to members of the public. You can't just say students, parents, go back and forth. There's a reason for that. It becomes discriminatory. You should, be careful and try. I want to know if Sam Joshi's campaign, Joy Ship Freeman, lobbied to get their friends, the president and vice president positions here. Mohan, Joy Ship Freeman never has anything good to say about you. Recently, she was caught on a hot mic saying, she was calling you an educated Christo. So, if she has nothing good to say about you, that speaks volumes of what she has to say about me.
Can we stick to board matters?
And it's public comments, please.
Board matters.
Please, it's public comments. This is Brian Rivera. That speaks volumes. I'm trying to get on the Human Relations Committee why she wouldn't put the most qualified person, and she put all her friends. Out of 7 members of the public, 3 black people out of 7, she doesn't put a representative for Indian people, Muslim people, Christian people.
Again, board matters, please.
Again, public comments. The case law has, lawyer, please handle this after this meeting and educate him, please. Thank you. Shivi, did you help a non-Edison resident and a legal citizen to receive legal counsel against an Edison teacher they slandered? I think now that you were given the vice president position, you should explain to the teachers and the teachers' unions why you chose to do such a thing. You betrayed their trust. But yeah, so got a minute and 30 seconds. NJEA members should not serve on school boards. It is a clear conflict of interest. The NJEA has been working to counter the interest of New Jersey children and families throughout the pandemic. As an Orthodox Christian, I will vehemently oppose NJEA's influence over the school districts across the state of New Jersey. It has come to my attention. Doug, do you have any family members who are a part of the NJEA?
Yes.
Okay. As our teachers are paid by the taxpayers, the New Jersey, thank you for being honest. There's nothing wrong with it.
I answered so this way.
Thank you. God bless you. As our teachers are paid by the taxpayers, the NJEA donated $2.5 million to Governor Murphy, who has a left-wing radical agenda to sexualize your children and spread racist, critical race theory ideology. I want to know, write this down, why are Governor Murphy and the NJEA plan to allow, about their plan not to allow unvaccinated kids to participate in extracurricular activities? You can't do that, that's discrimination. I want to speak about the greatest threat to our First Amendment protections, to children, to families, and education, is the radical left-wing ideology, the sexuality ideology of the LGBTQ+, and the racist critical race theory ideology. I'll come back for public comments on January 7th.
Thank you,
Christmas for
Christo.
Orthodox Christians. God, I love you.
Thank you.
lawyer.
Tony?
I love you, brother.
Merry Christmas, Christo.
Tony DePasquale, 2 Pine Street. Just want to congratulate Brian Rivera, Doug Snyder, Shivy, Beryl. I look forward to a great year. So I have a list of things here that some of them I've had parents actually contact me about while we're at the meeting, so they just couldn't make it. One of them is there was a situation with, let me get this right, with a bus at Lindenau where the driver didn't know where to drop off the kids or didn't know where the school was, and the kids were actually sitting in the bus for at least an hour or more. I don't know if anybody's aware of that. And then there was another one where the bus was almost 2 hours late dropping off kids, and they tried to call transportation and nobody was answering. So again, I don't know the full details of that, but I'm not sure, if we're still having bus situations or issues. I just wanted to bring that up just because I was asked to. And then I've also, from a few people who work in some of the buildings, the temperature machines, do we have staff that monitor those to make sure they're working, make sure they're calibrated? Because I've been told by a few people that work in different buildings that there are some temperature machines that aren't working. Like one showed that somebody was like 93.6. And so again, I'm just wondering how that works. Do we have a staff or a company that makes sure that they are all calibrated? Another question, as far as the amount of teachers being out of, if say J.P. Stevens, Radisson High School, a large amount of teachers are out. Is there a certain percentage? Is there a guideline by the state that says that if you don't have a certain amount that the school will close? Or is it would it be based on individual schools? Or if one school just doesn't have enough teachers, is that cause for closing and going remote? So I'm just wondering if, what the guidelines on that are. And then the other thing and this has actually just happened yesterday, so there was some confusion amongst parents because it seemed like that some principals sent out letters to parents and others did not about, I guess, guidelines of what was happening this week, and it just caused a bit of confusion because, again, some parents were like, well, where's my letter? I didn't get a letter. I didn't get one, I know personally, for my son. But the confusion, again, was and it was, announced on social media, oh, wait, you're going to be getting letters from your principal. Well, some of them didn't. So I'm just wondering how we can, in the future, remedy that by either the superintendent putting out a letter over a situation saying that, teachers will or might hear from their principals, or, or that just the information comes directly from the super. And I know sometimes we can't do that. But that was another thing that I helped out and worked on trying to get that all figured out. And the other thing that was interesting is I was looking at the social distancing, situations obviously that we have, and the government or the state, basically from the guidelines I saw, was saying that, that's not really just cause to close a school or a district because of social distancing issues. In my opinion, that's unfortunate because I think that's something that is pretty important that we need to watch out for, especially in our district. But that's unfortunately that's what the rules say. So I just found that pretty interesting. And then the other thing is, as far as testing, I know the school's doing it also, but those people that don't know, at Papiani Park every day, I think it's between 9 and 4 or 8 and 4, that they're doing testing every day. There is a wait because obviously there's a lot of people, but if you do need to go and do testing, I know that's definitely one place that you can go, and I've heard that there's others that are going to be opening also. So that's pretty much all I have, and thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Board President. I can answer a few of those. Tony,
Thank you.
as always, any parent concerns, if they don't have the answer or they have information that may not be aligned with somewhere else, just have them call the principal. If they don't get satisfaction, call me. I'll try to get that answer as quickly as I can. The bus situations, I'll look into that. I did hear right before the meeting there was an issue at the Lindenau School with one of the buses. We'll look into that tomorrow. I don't have enough information to make an educated comment on that at this point. The temperature screenings, we did work on that over the break to make sure the thermal scans were all operational. As far as I know today, we reviewed it around noon. There aren't concerns I'm aware of, but we will make sure there's people monitoring those. Like any device, it's not really any good if nobody's watching it, right, and checking that out. And you're definitely right on the social distancing parameters. The DOE, do have the requirements that we do follow. We actually exceed those requirements. Many of those requirements say if the students are having a well-fitting mask on, there's virtually almost no social distancing parameters. So our guidelines are more enhanced than what the DOE requirements are typically. So, and the testing at Papiani Park, yeah, thank you. We tried to share that information the other day as well.
I've heard great things about that testing, and it seems like you get the results pretty fast. So that's great to hear. It's hard to keep track of who, with all of the mask wearing, of who has not spoken yet. So the only people eligible to speak right now are ones that have not yet spoken at the podium. So, right, please introduce yourself, say your name.
Sure. Yeah. I'm Ranjan from Woodbrook Corners, and this is for the first time I'm coming here in the meeting. Been in Edison School District for, 12 years, 13
If you
years.
could speak up just a little bit for me.
Sure.
Thank you.
And within 6 months, I'll be out of this Edison School District, and maybe you don't need to see me again, The main concern, I know this is a Q&A, pattern, and everyone will ask the question. You will pass it on to Dr. Bregan. Dr. Bregan will answer all possible questions on this planet with his great oratory skills, and, we'll look into it, we'll address, this principal, that teacher, that administration. Right now, the, burning issue here is the dialogue. The dialogue between your students and you are missing, right? You don't have the right information with you. Dialogue between parents and administration is missing. Dialogue between board and they represent us, unfortunately or fortunately. They represent kids, residents, parents, and that dialogue is missing. For last 2 weeks, whole Edison community, after looking at all these spikes and numbers, and, Edison is in top 3 out of all 25 school districts within Middlesex. It always been top 3, sometimes top 1 also on the numbers, whether it's new cases, whether it's dates and all that. And we always try to give some answers for each of the questions. So we'll manage this, doors will close, temperature will monitor, this and that. But the issue is not getting answered, right? All these parents are here. Many of them left as well, right? Because you always come back with the same kind of answer. You looked at the issue, you looked at the 80% of it. The 20% of it which you are ignoring, right, are the people who are either sending the kids, even if they have fever, by giving Tylenol or, whatever reasons, or they are absent. They cannot call themselves quarantine because of whatever reason. So we understand, we are the executive body, they are the policy-making body, they cannot interfere in the operational issues. We do understand that, right? And as a leader, sometimes we need to look at beyond our faith, our belief, right? To look at everyone, look at their concerns. We appreciate that you are, taking care of all the 80%. But those 20% who are not here or who are trying to tell you, but you are not trying to listen. Even a simple survey can solve the problem, but you are not ready to do that. No one will blame, this is Dr. Bregan's decision, right? But let's be honest with us, let's be honest with our positions, right? This executive body and this policy-making body and all that, if we can't monitor that and correct that, what is the use of it? It will continue, and the real issues of the town, it will never solve. This time we got 3, next time again we'll get 3, right? Maybe combination of, old and new, and the problem will still remain. One person taking a decision, sometimes it happens. I also take decisions for corporates world, right? I may also go wrong, but it's always a RACI, the D, who is having D and who is contributing to the D, and sometimes leader has to keep quiet and just listen, and accordingly take the decision. It is not a big ask. It's just 20% of people, if you allow them to give the input, parents are giving the input, that, okay, my kid is not feeling well today, right? So just accept that and let it go, right? If they feel better, if parents feel better that, okay, kid can come next day or following day, or they need to go for the testing and all, that will happen. But right now, by pushing everyone, we are pushing everyone to come, and we are putting them in a situation where overcrowding is not solved, right? We have all the temperature and this and that issues, right? Masking is the issue, and people are spreading. And people who are at home, they are worried. It's really a problem. You try to understand that. Your answer, I know, I'm sure. If I can take you for all the meetings, you can answer even my meetings question, even though you don't have background, you won't have background of it. So for answering the issue, we are 100% sure. But to solve the issue, we need to have a different kind of leadership. And we need that quality here. And we are expecting that from all of you. Not just listen here, get our question, chatter, and this and that. Man, there is a problem here. If we don't solve in 2 weeks, right now we are in top 3, we'll remain number 1 in New Jersey. And we'll be the people who understood the issue, identified the risk, but we could not mitigate anything. We could not plan for the mitigation. That is hurting the community. So please help. I mean, every parent will come here. They will talk about the same issue, right? You will try to answer it, but resolution won't be there. We understand politically, technically, law, legal, everything. Resolution is not possible.
Thank you very much.
So please take the lead and help us solve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I could just say, yeah. I don't disagree with what you're saying in regards to dialogue. And a board meeting is not necessarily a right forum for a dialogue amongst our parent community. I think we would all agree, right? This isn't a great forum to have discussions about anything meaningful regarding our children. It's a great idea to get up and share perspectives with the board, who is the legislative body, right, as was described by our attorney and some other parents. Let's look to having ways to put things in place where we could have effective dialogues with administrators, board members, as well as myself and central office people, where we can really get a reflective position of our community. I think that's valuable. It's something we need to do moving forward. It doesn't give the short-term answer, because the short-term answer I think many of you want to hear is let's go totally remote. And anything outside of that would be considered not listening. I get that too. I understand that. I think we need to definitely look to ways to enhance our abilities to have dialogues with our school community. I agree with you on that, so we can get more on the same page. With everyone, though. I think that's fair.
Board President?
Yes.
Mr. Shen, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, sure.
I just want to double check something. Okay, so Dr. Bregan, is it, from what I understand, if a parent really have a concern about their children's, situation. If they think their children has been exposed to a COVID case, possibly, and they can request, they can tell the principal, saying that their child needs to be quarantined. And from what I heard, a lot of teachers are going to send out a link to their classroom, a Zoom link, and I really want to give a big applaud to the teachers because I know it's very, very hard to take care of the students in the classroom and also at the same time taking care of the kids on the Zoom link. So if the parents send that request, they might get the Zoom link so that children won't miss a lot of classes and they can still stay home and take the Zoom class. And also those days that they're going to be quarantined are not, they might be marked as excused, not unexcused absence right now, but in the end, we are going to look at those data and making sure that students are not going to lose credit for those days that they're possibly being quarantined. And for them to coming back in 2 weeks, they do not even need a test to show that there has to be negative because they are already being that 14 days of quarantine. They already went through the 14 days of quarantine, whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. They do not need to have a negative test in order to come back to school because I understand test is very hard to get right now and may take a long time to get tested and get the results. Just want to double check, are these like correct statements, and maybe that would ease some of the concerns of the parents.
Mrs. Pang, as usual, I think that was a very accurate synopsis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Peng. Vice President, if you don't mind, I'm going to yield my chair to you. I'm going to use the restroom,
Yeah, sure.
and I'll come back.
Whoever has not spoken, please, you and the rest, jacket. Okay.
Myself, Amit Kayasta. Thanks to this COVID that I'm a resident in Edison since 2015, and first time I got an opportunity to see all of you. 6 minutes is very long time for me to stand here, so I will ask simple 3 questions. First question, after too much debate here, almost since 3.5 hours we are doing debate here and there. At least tonight, can we expect some kind of survey which can give the options, either you want to go for hybrid, you want to go for in-person, or you want to go for virtual, at least for 2 to 3 weeks. The second question is, until we don't have any conclusion on the survey, can we expect to allow whoever don't want to send their kids to the school, at least up to for another 2-3 days until they are not feeling comfortable? Can they do the remote? Means in just 2-3 days, world is not going to change, right? It's all about parenting and child, all are worried about their child. Third thing, first of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Jerry and CV. Whenever we have any concern as a parents, you guys are always there to answer us. But yesterday, there was too much pressure. We were asking too much questions, and at last, CV, thanks to you, you were answering. But some kind of question for that, which we got the answer from you, that as a board member, as a BOI member, I cannot answer, just only president can answer, right? Maybe there may be some some rules or whatever will be there, but I guess we are living in a democracy, right? So part of democracy, what kind of rules are stopping the elected member to answer those questions? So yeah, these are my 3 main concerns.
So I'm going to begin answering the last question first, and then Dr. Bregan can talk about the survey and options that people can choose. So as the attorney explained, the Board of Ed members have to abide by the ethics rules that we all just signed off on today. And any board member cannot make any decision individually anywhere. And a lot of, the only person who can speak on behalf of the board is the board president. So if I or any other board member ever speaks publicly anywhere,
we have to qualify it by saying that these are my personal thoughts, because that's the legal way to do it, because otherwise there are legal ramifications and there are ethical ramifications. So, and these ethics rules are very, very, we all must abide by.
No, so,
can I,
sorry
no,
to,
let me
sorry
finish.
to stop you.
Yeah, let
Okay,
me
go
finish,
ahead.
let
Yeah.
me finish. So, yeah, that's fine. He can take as much time as he wants, that's fine. So that's why the only person who can speak on behalf of the board on a decision is the board president. And then the other two questions you had on the survey and on, and if parents can choose 2-3 days of remote. Dr. Bragan, if you could reply, and after that I'm going to hand it over back to you, Doug.
Thank you.
We could look at the possibility of putting a survey together and send it out to our parent community. Here's the problem with the survey. Whatever we put out or whatever we ask, and I don't know what the majority would say or not say. I don't know that. I know the majority of people here tonight, what they would feel, but I don't honestly know that. The problem is, the expectation would be whatever that majority was, they would expect that to take place. And that's not the way it's set up. I can't say, well, the majority of our parents want us to go remote, executive county superintendent or Department of Health, so we're going remote. We're not allowed to do that. I don't know what other districts have done. As I said earlier, I'll dialogue and talk to them. But we have to have the parameters in place and the reasons why we would do that. And as I said earlier, one of the reasons the superintendents that I spoke to, and I didn't speak to everyone, not all 25, was that they had a concern with securing enough staff for the building for safety reasons. That would justify. But that's not survey driven. So I hear what you're saying. Hey, get a feel for what everybody thinks in the majority rules, which sounds great, but it could create more problems if the majority felt one way that I'm not allowed to act on. Then I look even worse. But we will look into it. I think that's a fair assessment. The other thing, can we expect to do remote for 3 days or a period of time? I think that's what you asked, right? Something like that.
Yeah, so until we are not getting any conclusion on the survey, like at least like whoever has concerns with their child, like at least we are requesting that at least allow for 2-3 days until we are not concluding.
Understood. It goes back to what I
it's all about like fear versus like
I get
belief.
it.
Yeah.
And I understand, and I believe me, as a parent, I can appreciate it. The problem is, and I think I said it earlier, we would then, in effect, be offering the option to be either in or out, and people having the choice. I'm not permitted to do that. I don't know if other districts do it or how they do it, but, I'll revisit that with the executive county superintendent and my understanding of the law and the parameters that were put in place in the summer and reinforced in September. Because that, in effect, would be what we were doing. And my understanding is we're not permitted to do that now, but I'll find out. It's fair.
Thank you. And Sibi, back to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Back to your question. Yesterday, like when parents were asking, like we were not asking about any decisions made. Like we were just asking any dialogue has been going on with doctor or not. Like we were just asking like any kind of process is in the background, any process is going on or not. So today the same answer Mr. Jerry answered, and then like the group like which people were asking, they were like, okay, let's wait until evening. So that's what like we are expecting from each Board of Education members. Like you guys are our representative. We don't want to hear any decisions. Definitely for that we will wait for Mr. President. But like if any like agenda is going on, any progress is going on, it will be like very helpful for as a parent or any like as a resident for any ongoing issues. That's what like just we are asking. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board President. Board President.
Yes, Mr. Shi.
Can I make a comment?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I just heard the comments about the board president comments. I saw the thing on the social media. Just for the record, I have posted on the social media on my disclaimer, anything that I say on the social media are my personal opinions. It does not represent the position of the Board of Ed. So, if you guys were referring to me as the board president, that term ended at December 31st anyway. But to answer the question of can the board president say anything on behalf of the board, the answer is no. If the board president can speak, the board president has the same weight as any board member. It's just one vote. In order for a board president to say something on behalf of the board, it has to have majority of the board members' agreement. Anything any board member say on a social media are his or her own opinion only. If they're saying they're representing the board, that's misleading. And when I was the board president, I couldn't do that, and I don't think for Doug or Shivi to say something on that as well. For Doug, who's the board president, anything that he say on social media is his own position, unless that's a board decision he's conveying to it. Then that's a board decision. Just want to make it clear.
Doug, can I just say something?
Thank you, Mr. Shi. Yes, Shivi.
So just to clarify, that was just, I know that the board president's tenure ends on December 31st, and that is why today when people came into the board meeting, there was the board president and vice president's chair was empty. What I said was that a general statement just to inform the public that the only person who has the authority to speak on behalf of the board is the board president. So once the board makes a decision, the only person who can really come out and officially state that is the board president, and that is all. It was not in reference to any particular person, just informing the public about how the process works. Thank you.
And I think it's important to emphasize that all 9 board members here, including Mr. Rivera and myself, who just came aboard and got sworn in, we're very, very committed to listening to the public. We do get things sent to us via social media and also emails. Our email is now published, and obviously we're going to be very diligent in reading everything. Everyone has been committed to listening. So how much can the board do? We've discussed ad nauseum. However, in terms of getting the message across, I believe the community has certainly done a good job of showing the board members what their feelings are. First time speakers only, first time. The gentleman in the orange here, thank you.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, your name please?
Hi, this is Dipanjan. I have 2 boys, one in JP High School and one in middle school. And just a little bit that, again, we are living in Edison for 7-8 years. We lived in different states, and I think this is a good school district. Really proud to be here. One other thing, I am not too involved in my kids' education and what happens in the community. There are massive WhatsApp channels. I'm not part of any of this. I trust the people taking the right thing for the school. Now, what I hear today, the reason I came up first time, and I'll probably never be here again, but this is an interesting topic. As some of the people quoted stats, like a lot of school districts went remote, a lot of universities went remote. I don't know if people highlighted that. I know Stanford University, there are multiple universities started this session, first 2 weeks remote. They are just watching, so those are universities. So it's very common. Now, what I hear, again, all of you are important people. I'm not sure who does what, but I'm addressing you because you are answering most of the questions. What I heard from you, the reason we haven't decided to go hybrid, and I want to make a distinction. Everyone is asking for hybrid. No one is asking for full remote. As you kept on saying why we cannot go full remote. No need to say that. We are asking for hybrid.
Hybrid is not allowed. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. That by the state of New Jersey does not allow hybrid instruction.
But last year we had hybrid and remote back and forth.
But the governor made it clear.
Last year was a state of emergency, and the hybrid instruction was permitted where parents had the option if they wanted to come or not. That's not permissible. It's either you're going to close for the reasons that are delineated, that you have to close for safety reasons, or you're in person. You cannot have that option. Hybrid's not an option.
Excellent. That's a clarification. I didn't know that because I kept on hearing that remote versus hybrid. Hybrid, okay, so I'll come back to that. Number 1 point you made is learning loss. That's the result came out from last year, whole year of remote. There has an impact. But no one on their right mind can say that there will be massive learning loss by doing a 2 week of remote. So I don't think that's a valid reason. So that's the first one I want to address. I don't know if you don't agree, but I guess we can argue whole night whether there will be a learning loss or not. but we can make a rational decision that it is not practical to say there will be learning loss for 2 weeks going remote/hybrid. Number two, not everyone is on board with going remote. And that's why there are people who suggested about survey. If survey is not allowed by board member or whatever rule we are talking about, then figure out a way to get a majority opinion. If it is not survey, how do we address that? There has been a lot of videos all over the school districts in the country. People are going and shouting about mask mandate and stuff like that, but that's not how a decision is made. Yes, we showed up here because we care. And that doesn't, and people who didn't show up here, yeah, you can call another meeting. Or figure out a way to get the majority opinion. The response cannot be that, hey, we cannot do a survey, so we will go by our decision thinking that's majority. That's not rational either. So that's second point. Third point, and this is a funny one. Not enough teachers and staffs are sick yet. Are you listening to what you are saying? You want more teachers and staff to become sick so that you can go remote? Is that a real logic? That's number three. Number four, and it's not an exact reason. Yes, this is important. I heard that multiple times. All these laws and bylaws that apparently you cannot make that decision to go remote. Then how other school districts went remote? Call them up. Call your colleagues, superintendent, board member, board president, whoever these other designations are. Call them up and figure out how they were able to go remote that somehow Edison School District cannot know. You need to learn from your colleagues of other school districts how to go remote. So I don't think that's an excuse to say, I cannot make that decision. So those are four main points. Two other auxiliary points. And this is something, reading some of the emails. By the way, I'm not involved, as I said. I look at my wife's email and look at her chatter with the community. There was email, I think, from some teacher. Oh, we hope something will be better. We hope this, we hope that. Hope is not a strategy. I want to live 100 years. If I don't take care of my body, if I do anything, I'll not live 100 years just because I hope to live 100 years. Recognize that. Hope is not a strategy. We need to see a strategy. Finally, empathy. Appreciate all the empathy. You have mentioned 100 times, I understand your concern. I understand this, I understand that. And there was a gentleman before, some time back, who said, you will never be at the same level caring about my kids' education that I do. That's the quote from parent. Every parent will agree to that. So that is not a reason to say, hey, we are doing it right. Committed to listening, great, but that's not enough. You need to act. Act speaks volume, not just listening. I can always be all around and say, hey, I listen to your concern, I love it. But if I don't act on it, that doesn't cut through. So, yeah, anyway, so that's kind of the things I wanted to cover. And I would expect a logical response. After this meeting, when you go home, tomorrow morning, there should be an email putting out, these are the reasons why we are making whatever decision we are making. And respond back when those decisions hold true and when those logics are not right. I didn't believe I will take 6 minutes, but anyway, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. First time, this gentleman here in the black mask.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Anand Shetty. So a couple of things. I mean, everyone has spoken about all the points here, right? Just one request. Don't pit the people who want the remote and who don't want the remote. Because of the 20% who you said who did not come, they also want their kids to go to school. They also want their kids to be educated. They don't like their kids to be at home, number one. Number two is the 80% who have sent the kids to the school, most of them have send the kids to the school because they don't want the unexcused absence. They fear that. But they equally fear for the safety of the kids. So I just request you, please don't pit them against each other. We all want education, but there are some other issues that are going on. Number two is like what you said, Murphy doesn't allow the hybrid option. I've never seen anywhere. We have read all the news. We'll appreciate if you can send that because we want to send the petition to Murphy himself, if that's the case, number one. Because a couple of days back, Murphy himself said that there is an Omicron tsunami in the state. And he said that the numbers are staggering. So it's like, basically it's an irony if he says that he's not allowing any of these options, number two. Number three is like, as I said, like this 80, like today, most of the kids who were sent, they were sent with fear because we have so many groups talking to each other, and most of the kids, they were sent with fear, and they sent because they did not want this unexcused absence. And, if you give them the option that, you sit at home and you can have an excused absence, that 80% will become much lower because of this thing. And again, like all the people have said, we are not talking about like, the full remote option for forever. And as you said, there will be an inertia, right? After 2 weeks, people will ask for more. I can tell you, like, if you look at the reason why people are asking for, there will not be an inertia. Because the last year, people were not that hell-bent on going for a remote till the last quarter, right? This year, because of the travel and all the conditions, people have a genuine reason to ask for the remote because they want to watch what's happening so that this can be contained. And if this can be contained, people will definitely not basically ask for another extension of the remote option. And the last thing is, I know you have heard everyone, as everyone said, just with basically, all the board members, I earnestly request you to think about all those parents who are having sleepless nights sending their kids to school in this condition. And it's a human request I'm making, more than all the administrative things that you're talking about. And if, God forbid, something happens, your conscience will hurt. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board President?
Yes.
There's one person in that mustard jacket, which is a student that has first time. I don't know if...
No, it's not first.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Hello, my name is Amol Bengarde, and I'm an 11th grade student at JP Stevens right here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. So I just wanted to start off by congratulating all of the newly elected board members, and thank you to all of the board members for everything that they've done during all of these turbulent times. I really appreciate it, and I know that all of my fellow students also appreciate it as well. So based on everything that I've been hearing here, if there's one thing that I would like to say about all of this, it's that a consistent theme that I've noticed is that what the board is saying here does not actually line up with what's happening at the schools and what I'm seeing at JP Stevens. So first off, members of this board have stated that they support hybrid instruction, but it's simply not legal and they can't implement it. Now, it's a simple fact that Edison is one of the largest school districts in the state. And if it's truly the intention of the board to support hybrid, I don't see why the board simply can't make a statement in support of hybrid to the New Jersey State Department of Health, to the New Jersey State Board of Education, given how big Edison is and how much sway a word of confidence from our board, a board of one of the biggest school districts in the state, would have. As I'm sure you all know, JP Stevens is incredibly overcrowded. In most of my classes, I have so many students in there that it's simply not possible to sit 6 feet apart from one another. In the hallways, I'm often inches away from other people because of how crowded it gets during passing and during different periods of moving throughout the hallways. And at lunch, I'm sitting next to hundreds of other students, sitting less than 6 feet apart from me, all not wearing masks. Now, given our current climate and given all of these statements that I just mentioned, it's necessary to have some sort of hybrid option offered. And the least the board can do is make some sort of endorsement to the state, if it's currently not legal to have hybrid instruction, in support of hybrid instruction, so that at least they know that we are in need of some change over here and we are in need of making some change toward hybrid or virtual instruction, whatever that may be. So I'd like to conclude by providing an anecdote of one of my friends that builds upon the point I mentioned earlier about what the board is saying here simply not lining up with what's actually happening at the schools. Now, one of my friends is severely immunocompromised. He recently received lung surgery, and going to school is not safe for him, given he recently received lung surgery. He is severely immunocompromised, and his parents spoke to the administration of the high school, but they stated that he still had to return to in-person school and that he was not qualified to take part in remote instruction. Now, this is a student who just received a lung surgery and is severely immunocompromised. Going to school would put him at severe risk of illness, and he is still being requested to return to school. Now, I understand that the board is saying that you want to make it more lenient for students that are immunocompromised or have come in close contact with other people, but that is simply not happening as of right now. As I said previously, there's a severe discrepancy between what is being said and what is actually being done. And that discrepancy must be addressed in order to have positive change at JP. I'd like to conclude by saying thank you again for all of your effort as a board, and thank you for giving me this platform to speak. I know that what we are discussing right now, this topic of hybrid instruction, is near and dear to many of the students at JP and at schools across the district. I know that many of my classmates are watching this video, this live stream, and I know that there are over 1,000 people watching on the YouTube live stream right now, and that's incredibly more than a normal board meeting. So I implore you all to take into account what I've said here, and I hope that these suggestions do actually come to fruition. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. First of all, that was a really well thought out message, and we're hearing it loud and clear. Ms. Madiger?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. So thank you for bringing up those concerns, and those have been some of my thoughts as well, because we did get emails from people, some parent who had a brain surgery for brain tumor. We had another who had a kidney transplant, and now you're bringing up this student, and that is very concerning to me. And I don't know, Dr. Bragan, is there any special policy that we can have for students like this on an immediate basis so they're not exposed? Because I would hate to see the kid come into school and catch something and get back into hospital. Something for these extenuating circumstances as soon as possible.
I was going to comment before the board members did on that, especially with the child that has that issue. Please have them contact me directly. Yeah, there are special situations for students during traditional times when COVID is not an issue, that we do make special accommodations for medically fragile students. So absolutely, and I know we have. So if that child's needs aren't being met, please direct their parents, if he's not 18 or she's 18, to contact my office directly. And on the other note, I appreciate, again, as Board President Schneider said, your eloquence in presenting your issues, very poised for a young man, so kudos to you. I think the board did, I was looking at the notes here, I think we passed a resolution that we submitted to the State Department to go hybrid in August.
Yes.
It fell on deaf ears, we could resubmit it and refine that. I was just trying to pull it up right now, I got the wrong meeting date, but I'm pretty sure the board did pass that resolution, August or September. I'll find it, and we'll resubmit it to the state. If it makes a difference, we'll try.
Mr. President. And that was predicated by some feedback that was given by the community before the school year started. So now we're down the road, we have this new variant. It was one of the few times I think that's perceived that we think ahead of time. And we were in a meeting like this, and people had feedback that was warranted, and I think everyone agreed that that would be an idea that, even though it wasn't allowed, it would be something that we could encourage the state to simply look at. And that's what we can do in that situation. So your point and your letter of support, and it's actually already been done. Doesn't mean we can't do it again. So, we'll look at that.
Mr. President, can I say something?
Yes, Mr. Rivera.
I do actually recall that, Mr. Bragan, because I was on the opposite side there arguing for that, to send that resolution. So I do know that it was stated in August, and I know you were looking into it, so you might have did send that in. The second thing I want to say is, in concerns with your friend, I'm pretty sure we could probably do an emergency 504 or something like that for Mr. Bragan. Dr. Bragan, can we?
I got to get the information, but yeah, we definitely meet their needs. Absolutely. Reach out, have them reach out to my office.
Thank you.
Board President?
Yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So I just want to make a quick comment about, people use the word hybrid in this discussion, right? Hybrid, to my understanding, is the teacher will do two things. Teacher will teach the students in class and at the same time teach the students online. That's my understanding, okay? That, by law, is not allowed right now, okay? But we do, Dr. Bragan did provide the options, which is you can pull your student out. If you're concerned with the student who's possibly exposed, you can pull your student out and have the student watch the class and get assigned. There's no interaction between the teacher and the student live at the same time. So the option is there, but it's not hybrid. It's somewhere in the middle of it. So let's make it very, very clear what you are asking and what the option has been provided. The option is somewhere in the middle. That's what we can do by the law. That's unfortunately. So I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shi.
Hi, Subodh Sharma. I have my two daughters, one is in JP and one is in...
Can you speak a little louder into the mic?
Just put the microphone up a little bit. Yeah. There you go. Put up. Put up. No,
the actual mic like this.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Subodh Sharma. I have two daughters. One is in JP and another one is in Woodrow Wilson Middle School. So we've been hearing all the parents and all the speakers and students, and time and again, it has been proven by all the examples that the decision makers are away from the reality. They are not realizing what's happening on the ground, what is happening in the buildings. In this example, like, you were thinking that all things will work perfectly, like thermometers, windows, you have bus driver who doesn't know what the students are, and teachers there's so many things that are not happening as per plan. And we are making those decisions thinking those things are happening. And time and again, Dr. Bragan has said, I didn't know that, I didn't knew this came to my attention. And those things are important as this virus is spreading fast. And as Dr. Bragan himself said, in countries like South Africa, in few weeks, it passed. And that's all we are asking for, that this will pass, but not before it damages somebody, damages somebody's parents or their elder ones. Then we need to think about it. I don't know how many of the board members have traveled through the hallways of J.P. Stevens during the change of periods. They are more crowded than path trains, literally. I don't know if you saw how many of them actually went there. I would urge you guys to see firsthand that students like my daughter have to do every single day after every period change. They have to go through this. I don't know how they can take this. We are the most crowded town in, in New Jersey, probably the school-wise. We are over the capacity, and we are dealing with this very virulent virus, and we are taking these chances on the assumptions that are not correct. We think everything will work. No, it's not working. The building principals are not as informed. They are not taking the decisions that you expect them to be taking. This has been said so many times. So please rethink about those decisions and not play, don't play God here. Sometimes it's okay to caution on the error. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. First time speakers? Anyone left? First time? I can't hear you, sir. Are you first time?
Yeah.
You could go right to the podium. Thank you. I cannot hear you, sir. No, this gentleman's first, right here in the black mask.
I have something to say as well for that.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Suved. Greetings, everyone. My name is Suved. I'm also a student at John B. Stevens High School. I'd like to say something in response to what Mr. Shi had said. In classes today, a lot of issues have been brought to my attention, especially regarding the access to education to students who may not have gotten their test back and are not officially cleared as quarantined. Coming back to school when you think you're positive just isn't a reasonable solution. With the rise of cases, testing is starting to become more and more difficult to find, regardless of if free tests are offered. To directly respond to your question, to your statement, Mr. Shi, without adequate proof that a student has tested positive, students are not being allowed to pull out for remote learning. After having indirect contact with someone personally who tested positive, All appointments at local clinics and as well as CVS pharmacy were booked, and I needed to go to over 5 different testing locations before I could find a walk-in PCR test. Additionally, it takes days to get back the results of a PCR test, and administrators are frankly just gatekeeping remote learning from students who have been waiting for their COVID test, who are sick but not have been tested positive for COVID, or have not been allotted quarantine access by the school. This goes against the district goal for greater education. From my experience, from teachers setting up Zoom and Google Meet calls for students in remote learning today, teachers shouldn't have needed to go out of their way or stretch their limbs so far to teach the students. Setting up a simple Zoom call can allow the students to listen in and proceed to the class. Please, take action in letting more sick students get remote learning.
Thank you.
I also like.
I mean, my understanding of the policy at this point is that that is our goal, is to make sure that the students that are sick or have been in contact with the virus certainly can get remote learning. It is a fair point that maybe that didn't happen with 100% success today, but it was only one day. And things, hopefully, I would say, are going to improve immediately, not next week. It should be happening. You know, you should see these differences tomorrow. It's just like the windows should be a little bit more closed tomorrow, and access to video and everything else should be a little bit more easier. I'm sorry, Mr. Shi, did you want to respond?
President, yeah, because my name got mentioned,
Yes.
so I just want to have the opportunity to respond.
Yes.
So I hope if you go and watch the videotape that the first question that I asked Dr. Bregan was allow the expansion of the students to stay home and watch a live video, because the testing is taking a long time, and it's taking a long time to have a testing result. So the question I asked for Dr. Bregan is allow the students and the parents some flexibility. If the student is, quote, quote, potentially exposed to a positive person, the student is negative, and the parents or the student has concerns, contact the school. Dr. Bregan, outlined the procedure, contact the principal, and the principal will provide the online instruction to the students. There's no interactions between the students and teacher because that's hybrid, and it's not a good practice that we have all learned. That it's not, teacher cannot do two things at the same time. But you have the opportunity to watch your classes live online, and you have the opportunity to get all your homework. That's what I said. Okay, so I just want to clarify. The reason for that is because the testing takes a long time, and the COVID, the symptom will show up in more than a couple of days. That's what I said. I just want to clarify my record. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate
that. Okay, thank you.
I'm just adding on to his whole thing. Also, another thing you talked about is that the reason for other districts closing are also staffing issues. And the thing is, in our school, there are not a lot of signs of COVID cases falling. There are only numbers showing how fast COVID is rapidly spreading, especially in our district. So staffing problems are inevitable at this rate. Aren't 2 weeks of online school, isn't that a good down payment so that the school can make proper provisions to be more COVID-free for the rest of the year? And also, a point that Dr. Bregan said before was that even if we go online, students will be going out and hanging out in places and still spreading COVID. But the thing is, at least there would be a mandatory time period of at least 6 hours, where many students will be forced to be at home learning. Whereas in this case, students, according to him, students will be out, there'll be zero time for them to be at home. And another thing is, saying that inaction is not an excuse to play a centrist where livelihoods are at stake. And another thing I also want to ask is, are the purpose of these meetings to genuinely cause change, or are these meetings only theatrics to appease merely the guise of democracy?
Okay, thank you. Any other first time? There was a gentleman here in the middle. Yes, sir, come on up.
Board President, there's also a student in the back as well.
All the way in the back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, students, if you guys can come up, because we want you guys to go home and do your homework or do whatever. So if students, if you can come up, we'll let you guys speak first. Well, that's not a good practice. You should cut that. All right, it's not a good thing. 4 a.m. is no good because your class starts at 7:25. All right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, my name is Arun Arora, and my daughter is in 11th grade. I think I'm hearing the issue is same hybrid, and then I heard you said semi-hybrid is being offered, maybe only for people who have COVID.
No.
Or is it anyone can have that option? That's what I wanted to clarify. One. Second, if or semi-hybrid system, what you're calling, is offered, what is stopping the interaction, student and teacher interaction? Is it technology? Is it the teacher's ability? Because it was done early last year, in 2020. So I just wanted to understand because I think the heart of the issue here is most of the people want option to have hybrid, whoever is opting to go for hybrid, and whoever is opting to come, that's good.
Well,
so what is stopping it?
You want me to answer? I think Dr. Bragan can address. But the thing is that let's not stick the word hybrid in the middle of it. Okay? Let's not use the word hybrid.
Sure.
Okay? The kids, you have the opportunity to pull the kids out of the classroom in person, so you can watch the class live when the class is ongoing. You can get an assignment. Hybrid is the teacher will do two things at the same time. Teacher will teach the students in his or her class, and at the same time responding to the students online. That's hybrid, to my understanding. Okay?
Correct.
That's not going to happen.
But
Let's make it clear, it's not going to happen.
So prior to this academic year, Governor Murphy said that it's going back to school in person and hybrid is no longer an option. Okay, so that's why many of these districts that everyone's talking about this evening, they made the decision remote or in person. So the vast majority of districts in New Jersey have remained in person. Locally, there's many examples that decided to go remote. However, the vast majority in the state have remained in person. There is no option to do the hybrid, which is what happened last year.
But I heard the other way, that there is an option available, whatever you call it, to watch the class remotely.
Correct. So to clarify that is because we want, our ultimate collective goal is to keep everyone healthy. So those students that are either sick or they had a close contact and they could potentially be sick and they need to have their incubation period with the virus, they stay home. And our obligation as a Board of Education is to maintain the highest level of education possible, right? So what we're trying to do is, rather than give them supplemental instruction only, which would be equivalent to, a couple of hours a week, 5 hours a week, let's just say, what we do is allow them synchronously, which means that if you wake up in the morning and 7:30 your math class starts, you sign on to math for 43 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever, and then you sign on to English and so on and so on.
That's clear.
So it gives the students something to do all day long. They're following along with their class. I know I have two 7th grade children in honors algebra, and if they miss a few days of work and now they're vaccinated, they're negative, they had a close contact, whatever. They did everything that they could do, but the school tells me they got to stay home, right? So if they miss algebra for a few days because they're forced to be home, even if they're negative, it's a bummer. So by them at least being able to be on the camera, it allows them to follow along. It's not hybrid, which is the word that we're trying to avoid using, because hybrid means the teacher's teaching and then the teacher's also teaching my students that are home, which is tough. I mean, we learned from all sides that last year it's just not something that we're even allowed to do. Forget if we should be doing it, we're not allowed to do it right now.
So got it.
So it's nice of all of us to cooperate. This is a triage situation. It's a crisis. We all realize that. If the decision's made to be in person, it is vital that we give our students the best possible education when they're forced either not to be here because it's not their fault. They caught the virus somewhere, right? Or even they're negative, but they had a close contact.
Do the parents need to show that the kid has virus or sick,
So
or they can just choose that is feeling sick and
Well, we would entrust the community to
Right, I'm
obviously
saying-
protect each other by being honest, right?
No,
So
no,
there's an
no, I'm
honor
saying
system here.
Even if not sick, they can still choose to say we're feeling sick, not safe, and watch remotely.
No, that is the policy, and I would
No,
prefer that someone else speaks to that, but the intent here is that the reason you're home is because you're sick, or you could potentially be sick, because you were exposed directly. Am I correct?
Correct. And I think one of the keys is, and we've said it repeatedly tonight about hybrid, is that was during a time of pandemic, that was time of a state of emergency where parents were given the option. You could select if you wanted to be in person or if you wanted to be remote, and that became that hybrid model. That's not permissible. That's in no way we're not allowed to do that. So what we said in the beginning of the meeting when Mr. Shi posed that question was, if you're a close contact or you've been exposed, right, over the holiday season, people might have had get-togethers with family or larger groups or wherever they may have been, and someone in that group a day or two later you find out has COVID, right, is tested positive, you would be considered a close contact. We would instruct the parent, the students under 18, to call the school, teacher, administrator, say, listen, Billy, is positive. Was exposed. He's at a party. We think he's a close contact. We haven't got him tested yet. We would then say, okay, we want you to get him tested, but until you do, he can have the remote access that Mr. Shi and everybody
Right,
was
the
talking
test is anyway taking a week or 2 weeks. So,
Okay.
So it's.
We also we test in school. It won't take you that long to get in school.
But what the point I'm trying to make is, if let's say my daughter chooses not to come because she's feeling that she was exposed, she can just choose, or she
No.
has to give some proof that, oh no, I was exposed or I am feeling sick.
Well, I understand what you're saying. If she's either you're exposed or you're not. I mean,
Right.
you're feeling you're exposed.
Right.
It's like feeling I'm pregnant. Either are or you aren't, right? So you were exposed or you weren't. And
So there's no need
as
for
a
that
guy, I shouldn't make any
single-line
comments
test.
about pregnant. But so where the rubber would meet the road on that, if you called up and spoke to the administration at this school and said, listen, we're at a function and my son or daughter was exposed to someone who tested positive, right? We're worried. It's close contact. You would then quarantine. For the
Got
period
it.
of time you would. And if we got a negative test, you can come back earlier. That's what the protocols call for.
No, thank you for the explanation. Just one last point I would say, if this is allowed watching the class, is it the rule stopping interaction? Is it the teacher's ability to do both tasks? Just wanted to understand.
It's the efficacy to do both well, right? You're going to cheapen both of those. So at some point, we'd like you to have some interaction so the children can keep up. But, if you're going to constantly be attending to the kids online and the kids remote, they both suffer, and neither one is good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. First time, student here, come on up. Your name, please?
Hi, my name is Aryan Vij. I'm a junior at JP Stevens.
Thank you for coming tonight.
I was watching the live stream online, and there's no point in asking for remote learning or hybrid because you guys have denied every single request to that. So I was just asking if you guys could be more, like the communication between you guys and the public. Because today in my 12th period class, I got word that there was a whole step-by-step process in order to be allowed to get out of school, like online. And like my teacher told me that. I'm not going to tell you guys what teacher because he might get in trouble, but he told me that, and I was just confused because neither me or my parents or my brother have gotten word of that, right? So the communication clearly is a bit less. Not to be mean or anything, like you guys have been doing great. It's just, and another thing, last year, like 10th grade for me, I've heard that from other people and from myself, my stress level, my mental health and everything has been like better when I was at home than in person for 9th grade and this year. And I've heard other people like freshmen this year and sophomores this year who have told me that their mental health has been better last year. Like, just them overall has been better last year than this year. And a lot of people have just told me to, just express this to you guys and be like communication over from this side to that side. Yeah, that's all. I didn't really have anything else because they've said everything. That's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first timers only. We still have some first timers? Okay, gentleman in the hat. Woman in the hat, I can't tell. I'm sorry. Everybody has a mask on.
Hello, my name is Rhythm. I'm a sophomore at J.P. Stevens High School. And a lot of people are voicing concerns about possibly having a survey go out to the students, to the parents, on what could be done about this issue that we're currently facing. So I took initiative. I made a survey called the Board of Education Meeting Response. And in this, there are hundreds of responses. And I would just like to, because there can't be hundreds of people in here, especially not with COVID going on currently. So I compiled it into a survey. I would just like to read out to you. So do you believe that the school you're in currently is overcrowded? 98.9% of the responses said yes, it was overwhelming. And this is a good one. Do you believe that the current precautions that schools are taking against COVID is enough/valid? 90.9% said no, and only 2.3% said yes, and the rest said other, with explanations. Do you believe that schools should go virtual? There's an option for hybridization, there's an option for complete virtualization. 11.2% said hybrid, everybody else said virtual. Now, I would like to ask, all night, there have been many concerns about what you can't do. You guys have said multiple times that you can't do this, can't do that. What is something that you could do right now to help the students that are currently facing this Omicron variant?
Any other questions?
No, not right now.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to address that?
Yeah, what we can do is what we've continue to do, and enhance and enforce the COVID protocols, address kids that are close contacts, and offer the remote access to the instruction, as we said, and ensure that we have the mask wearing, we're in school, limit chances where kids are close to contact without wearing masks. We can do all those things. I appreciate your survey. You could share the information with me, email it to me, we'll take a look at it. It's a percentage of the population that share what you said, but I said it earlier about surveys. I get it, and I get the information is a reflection of the people that responded, which is great. It still doesn't afford us the opportunity to do what we're asking. So a couple of parents asked earlier about putting a survey together, which is not a bad idea to get feedback from the community. I'm not sure it would support what many people in this room are saying, but it might. It might or might not. I don't know that for 100%. I know it would support 100% of the people here. But let's say it did support that, and it's not something that I'm permitted to do. If we don't meet the criteria, then I'm just giving people false hope and upsetting them. Why would I do that? So I appreciate what you're saying. As a young man, sharing your perspective on the school, and share the data with me, and we'll do what we can.
Board President?
Yes, Mr. Shi.
Yes. Is that a survey anonymous or not anonymous? I want to see that 1% say that our school is not overcrowded. I want to talk to that kid.
You have 100% here that says it's overcrowded.
So there's three options. It says yes.
You should have 100%. I want to talk to that 1%, all right?
No, so there's three options. One is yes, one is no, and one is can't say. There's not a single no. There are two can't says from, I'm assuming, someone who is a parent.
Oh, I want the two cannot says. All right, I want to bring the two cannot stays into the school when the school
we
is
all
in
vote
session.
that it is overcrowded. Yes.
And so you said that we're going to continue what we're doing right now, but what is your answer to the 90.9% of people who say that what we're doing right now isn't working?
They should meet with their building principal, Mr. Shalps, in the back of the room. Schedule a meeting with him and share with the students, with the administrative team, what they can do better that's not working in the school, those 9.9% of the students.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first timer in the back, I believe. That's the first time. You, sir, in the black mask, and then Manesh, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jignesh Pandya, and first of all, I'd like to congratulate all the newly elected members. And I've been staying in this community for around 7 years. My daughter studies in JMI. I never felt a need to come in any of this meeting. And even today, I was so confident. I sent emails, couple of emails. My friends I know, they already sent emails about this COVID situation. And I was sure that when this board meets, there would be some conclusion on that. I was seeing the live streaming, and then I felt a need, so I just now drove up. to speak. So first what I'll say, I have a younger daughter who is less than 5. She cannot get vaccinated. Recently, 2 weeks back, I have my parents traveling from India. They are over 70 and they are immunocompromised. So my daughter going to school is a big problem in this situation when the cases are constantly rising. Today, and at the same time, I also understand all other parents would be sharing the same concern. People would have the similar sort of things, their parents at home, their younger kids. So today, just today's instance, my daughter has a slight cold, but I felt uncomfortable sending her. I know that it might not be COVID, but even then, I just wanted to be cautious, So I didn't send her to school. And I got a message, like all other times, that it's an unexcused leave. I thought that I can teach my daughter at home, but there is no other way unless she goes tomorrow and she will learn that what she missed and then she can do. So we need to do something about this. So this is the typical situation every parent is in. Now, I have 2 questions. Number one is to Dr. Bragan. Now, these many communities, these many school districts are going remote. I understand you cited the standards which governs that whether a school or a school district can go remote or not. Okay, and you also mentioned in your responses that you will check with those school districts how they went through those standards. But shouldn't this be something that you should have done earlier, like those school districts, their superintendents, okay, or their executive bodies, they would have analyzed all the options beforehand. Why are we like that? Since they have gone, 6 or 7 other school districts have gone now in that situation, now we are going to check with them. And in the time, okay, here lives are at stake. I speak to my friends who are doctors and they also have children in this community, and the hospitals are overcrowded. So when lives are at stake, okay, I don't think this is the appropriate response where we say that we are going to check with the other school districts. If there are laid out procedures, then those procedures shouldn't be something that we know in advance. That's number one. And number two, my question is to all board members. We are walking in uncharted territories. These things are changing every day. Now, why we have democracy is that we elect people so that in this kind of situation, what are people's concern, what is best for the community, they can do. All I'm hearing in responses so far is that what we cannot do. But why we have elected members in a democracy is that first we agree what is good for the community, we agree on that, and then we find a way to do it. I know there might be rules laid out by the state. Okay, these are the rules. Okay, now like a parent, we know that these are the rules laid out by the school or the school district that you can do this. A student has to be quarantined in certain scenarios. But even then, we all parents are here. Why? Because we know that these are the rules and we need to talk to you guys to do something about it. In the same way, from the leaders, you are the leaders, we elected you. Why? Because we want solution from you. You reach out to whosoever you need to reach to and give us some solution. But at least first agree, first acknowledge there is a problem. Unless you acknowledge the problem, there is no way you are going to solve it. And that's all we want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug, I want to say
I'd like to comment before anybody, you made an accusation, sir, that I didn't know the parameters or what the requirements were to go remote, and I do, and we don't meet them. And if you were listening earlier, I said it repeatedly. And I did speak to our other colleagues from neighboring towns that did go remote, and their issue was for safety of students that they didn't have enough staff. We're not at that point. I've said it repeatedly. So this idea that somehow this administration isn't cognizant of the rules and regulations is inaccurate, and it's not a fair portrayal. And we're doing all that we can at this point to do what's best. Other than saying we're going totally remote, you guys are going to say you're not, no one's listening because you didn't get exactly what you wanted. That's not fair either. We're listening, we're doing the parameters, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in accordance with the state guidance. I don't need to call anybody. When somebody said somebody was doing something that's not permitted, I say, I'll find out what they're doing. The majority of the superintendents that I spoke to, their issue for going remote was related to staffing issues that compromise the safety of the kids in the building. So that's what they did. I know that. And I know where we are in regards to that, and we're not at that point where that would necessitate it. And we've been having the same conversation for hours, the same thing. I understand everyone here's position. I had an opening statement where Mr. Shi asked a question, and it went over the parameters and the decision-making process that got us to where we are. That's not changing. And we could have 10 people, we could have 100 people, you could just keep coming up saying the same thing. It's not going to change. So other than saying we're going totally remote, everyone's going to say we're not taking any action. That's not accurate. It's just not accurate. Man, I don't know what else to say on that.
So Doug, I just had
Ms.
something.
Madiger.
Yeah, I just had something to add. So when I read the state regulations, I also read that the whole district does not have to go remote. We could choose certain schools to go remote. And since we have an overrepresentation of people from a certain school talking about, remote, can we look into the data and see if we can have a remote for certain school and not for the other school? Because of
100%.
that could be one of the solutions.
That is an issue that we will look, that's 100% what the plan was to do all along. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your time's up. You could come back after.
No, I wanted to listen the answer from the board members.
That's the answer. Yeah.
I'm
Anybody
sorry,
else?
but it's not answered.
So you could, for rebuttal after.
Okay, first timers only. Manesh, I'm sorry.
Manesh Patel, 241 Manev, Addison. First of all, congratulations to all of you. First time we get a teamwork that's going on here. Congrats to you and Shivi and all the rest of the board members. One of the reasons I came back after leaving is a couple of pediatricians called. Manesh, you need to go back and tell them that we have a lot of patients, a lot of kids that's in elementary school. So my suggestion to all of you, let's look into it in a couple of days, talk to pediatricians if you need it. We could gather up some from Addison's and have a meeting with them, because this is the kids we're talking who are under 12, elementary school, intermediate school. Maybe you could keep high school and middle school open, but the young kids, if the pediatrician is saying we're in trouble, I think we should think about it. That's one. Number two, you're saying the camera is running. How about we allow them to use it? Because even in this auditorium, there are a few people who I know they are positive. Might be one of your own board member is a positive of corona. Won't mention it on TV, but you guys all know who he or she could be. So let's look into it, because a lot of time people don't report that I'm positive. And if the older adults, we don't report, you think the mother wants the child home? Because child says, no, I want to go. And she's going to send the kid. I'll give you one example of flight that came in a few days ago from India. One person came who was positive, got on a flight, wrong negative report that they got it, we don't know how, and 7 people in that flight was succumbed by the time they landed here, and they are in hospital. So let's look into something as adult, responsible people. How are we going to report this? Because if people is coughing, you know they are succumbed. This is one of the signs of corona today, is people who are coughing. So let's look into it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I think we're through all of our first times, correct? Ms. Chinta. A reminder, it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes for the rebuttal.
Padmaja Chinta. Thank you, Dr. Bregan, for addressing most of my questions. I wanted to follow up on one because it's an important one. That's the question about the guidelines for going fully remote. I know you've mentioned one criteria, which is teacher shortage. Can you please specify all the other criteria or parameters that need to be looked at to qualify for going fully remote? And can you please be specific with each criteria? For example, teacher shortage. 50% teachers must not be reporting to go fully remote, or 50% of kids must be absent before we can go fully remote. And I know some of the other districts have even looked at delays in testing or shortage in testing capacity as one criteria for going fully remote. So it would be really helpful to understand if you could just lay down all the criteria that you have analyzed to reach your decision. Yeah. And then I had a suggestion. It was mentioned that the website was going to be updated with COVID dashboard. My suggestion is if the board or the district can take a look at the website of Chatham School District. They break it down, the statistics by number of positives among each school, among teachers, among staff, and among students. It might be helpful to get that kind of a breakup for our district too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chinta.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we do appreciate your comments, Ms. Chinta, and we will look into the Chatham's, their website. There isn't an absolute in answer to your question. 50% absence, 60%, 30%, 40%. The staffing issue is when you can't cover the classes safely with people in the building to ensure the students are getting the instruction they need in a safe manner. There isn't a number. If you ask me off the top of my head what that number would be, I don't know. You start going towards 20, 30% people out, it's really hard to do that successfully. But there isn't a definitive, okay, you're at 35% absentee rate with staff members, you have to then go. That's not anywhere listed, right? So it's related to the administrative capacity to cover those classes and make sure you can safely run this building. And that's what they pay administrators to make those decisions. The other thing is, regarding the outbreaks that occur in schools, again, there's not a definitive number to say, okay, in J.P. Stevens, we had 20 positive cases in 10th grade, that means we have to close the building. What happens when there's positive cases in the building, whether it's staff or students, there's a consultation that's done with the Department of Health, which is Jay Elliott's office here, either him or his subordinates that work with him, Dr. Aldarelli's office and the administrative team, and we go over the parameters for each issue, each outbreak. Where did it occur? What are the parameters? Does that necessitate you closing that school? If it gets large enough, does it necessitate closing the entire district? That's what we do. That's what we've been doing. We're different here. I think us in Woodbridge Township have a direct Department of Health, where the other towns that don't have to use the county Department of Health, which is under, I think, Les Jones's operation. So those are the parameters.
Right here, in the blue mask.
Okay, so first I'd like to address what Dr. Bregan just said.
Your name, sir?
Shreyas Basu. I'm a student at JP. I talked before. So you just said that when there is a potential outbreak, you determine the parameters. That's completely false. You don't know what the parameters are, so you can't determine the parameters. Again, you have no idea what's happening at lunch, where people are moving to, what lunch lines they've been in, what hallways they've passed through, in what classes. They don't necessarily sit next to each other. In a lot of classes, we have labs, for example, in science, so we move and we work with other people. So again, you have no potential way of tracking it. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Shi for bringing up the question, or bringing up the point about letting people who have pending tests go remote based on what their parents say. However, I think it's already too late. There's already been, I I think 6 students that have pending tests in JP, and don't quote me on that because I don't know if it's exactly 6, but there are people who have pending tests who are forced to come to JP today. And if they test positive, again, you've allowed COVID to spread in the school knowledgeably, knowing that they could have been infected. Also, I would like to, right now I have my phone. I'm connected to social media on a lot of platforms. There's students that I've never talked to in my life who are telling me to ask questions and raise points that I've never talked to in my life. These students are concerned. We need a voice. We need to be represented, and clearly we don't have that. Right now, you're live streaming this, but your only method of communication is in person. In times of COVID where people don't want to be in person, your only form of communication is in person. Give us a live stream chat where people can raise questions. Put it in slow mode if you need to, if it's too many people, because there's 1,000 people watching. I think you don't really understand what the power of, again, technology is. I've passed most of my classes because of Khan Academy, all right? This is way more powerful than you think it is. The learning loss that you keep on talking about, you say that you're working on improving tracking of COVID cases. How about you can improve on remote learning instead? It's not about improving. You'll never be able to track properly how many people have been infected with COVID, but you will be able to improve remote learning. And it just makes sense to have at least remote learning for 1 to 2 weeks. We want to be preventative. We don't want to have, a case of and then eventually it gets serious and then we take the action. We want to have preventative measures, build a strategy, and then come back in person. That's what we want.
5 seconds. Okay. Do you want to respond to any of it?
Yeah, and I can appreciate your passion and what you said, and you're looking at the wrong person if you think I anyway underestimate the value of the communication device and mobile technology. However, the voice isn't at the board meeting. Your voice is with your school administration. And if you don't have it, that's what we have to facilitate for you to have the dialogue, because those are the people, as you said by your own admission. Do I know who you had lunch with or who you sat in it? I have no clue. But the people in this building should have some understanding of those things. So that's what we need to develop. And if that's not happening, we have to work with Dr. Shalop's team and try to develop that, because the dialogue that happens here at a board meeting is a couple of times removed already from the immediacy of whatever the concern was. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, if there's some significant issues that happened today where kids were denied, we have to look into that. I can't go back in time. I wish I could go back to yesterday and say that that didn't happen to those potential students who may be positive that you alluded to. But moving forward, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. So we do hear you.
I want to also, it's great people are watching, okay? And it's powerful, like you said. The message that I'd like to send and make a personal appeal to this community that's watching is that we need to take care of each other. So we can sit here all night long and debate policy framework that we can develop, that we can influence, that we could write letters to the governor's office, we could ask Dr. Bregan to do something. But the reality is that if somebody has a cough, somebody has a temperature, somebody's required to, they have symptoms or they were in close contact, you must work together, your friends, your cohorts, your lunch table. It is vital that we take personal responsibility and get beyond the policy, right, and get beyond this pandemic by being good to each other, right? And if people are watching at home, they should know that nobody's intention here, Dr. Bregan, I could speak for him, I'm sure, nobody's intention is to get a bunch of sick people in the same spot and have them crowded in the hallways and crowded in the lunchroom. So if you are sick, be responsible. Make sure that you take care of each other, communicate with your friends. If you're at home on the weekend, try not to have parties. But if you have parties and somebody gets sick, make sure you spread the word and you tell people. There's a significant personal responsibility that no matter how much we debate our policy framework, that we have to each other, right? We're all in Edison, whether we're in school or not. So again, I don't want to get on the soapbox too much, but I just want to make that personal appeal while I have an audience, okay? Ms. Conway?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. I just have a concern, and it's a little off the topic. But I was watching the news tonight, and there were 4 districts on, I believe it was Long Island, where they shut down to do remote learning, but not extracurricular. That was staying. Sports were staying, and different groups were staying. And it made me think back to the December board meeting when I drove up to the driveway. The parking lot at Edison High was filled. But when I went into the board meeting, there were fewer than the people that were here tonight. And we could hear from the auditorium that there must have been a basketball game going on. And from the sound, I did not go in, but from the sound, it sounded crowded. So what I'm asking you, because the next board meeting is not until January 20th, and I don't know if anything would be done between now and then, but if the case were that we needed to go remote to keep our children safe, would that also include the extracurricular activities? Because some of those are crowded with attendance and the actual activity itself. So this is something we need to think outside the box. It's not just happening in the classrooms. It's not just happening in the hallways. I, for the first time in my life, had 5 people for my New Year's dinner, just out of safety, because of a relative that was in close contact with somebody. Coming from a very large family, that's unheard of. But it can't be just in the classroom children are learning. We need to think out of the box and out of the classrooms. Are the things happening after school as unsafe as the ones in the halls and the classrooms? So please take that into consideration. If you are going to make any changes, make sure that that's a thought also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Venkat.
I think, Doug, if you give me a little more time, the 10 more parents will not come for rebuttal. The reason why I'm saying that is, thanks to you, Shannon and Jerry, for leading and gave a detailed explanation. I think parents are still confused. I'm going to ask those questions. If Dr. Bregan can answer those questions, I think it will help hundreds of people are still watching, the parents. I think it will help. So I think in August, we sent to governor. He's going to throw that resolution to the dustbin. We don't want to do that and waste our time. I think Woodbridge team found a legal loophole that why the discretion is not at the schools. Maybe the lawyer in the Woodbridge might have given this idea. But what he said that is, do students have to have confirmed close contact to be eligible for quarantine instruction? Not at this time. Considering the high demand for PCR tests and subsequent delay in acquiring those results, we are expanding discretion for our families to feel it necessary to have their child participate in quarantine instruction for the next 2 weeks. What Woodbridge letter clearly states, I forwarded to Jerry, he can forward it to Dr. Bregan. He clearly states there is a loophole that PCR tests are not available and it is taking time. So discretion is given to the parent for the 2 weeks quarantine without calling hybrid. Means you are meeting the needs of the state, so the Governor Murphy cannot say anything. So since you don't have it, if the parent feels that their kid is sick, which you said clearly, the parent can take a discussion that my kid is not coming. Then if the principal is saying, no, I'm not eligible because you have to have a COVID positive test, it can take 5 days for test to be positive and it can take 5 days to get the result. So I think, Dr. Bregan, if the parent calls that my kid is exposed, if the principal says no, you have to have a test, can they come to you with an email escalation that we feel that our kid is exposed and we don't want to send our kid for the next 5 days till the results come?
I like what you said. Send it to me or Mr. Shi, and we'll take a look at that, and we'll try to communicate effectively to our parents, because what you said is what we've been doing, which if you're a close contact and you need to quarantine,
Yes.
and we know it's taken a little bit of time to get the testing done, we're going to consider you a presumptive positive. Give us that, and we'll put the language together. We'll help that clarify. I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. I think Jerry can forward that to you. And Jerry, please do that, sir, for me on behalf. And the second one is, thank you very much. Some principals has used some strict language that unless you are positive, we will not be doing it. I think principals, your communication may be, doctors clearly said it takes 5 days to detect it, and it may take 5 days. I think 29th, people took the COVID test, till now the results didn't come in. That were there on the Green Street. So all I'm trying to say that is parents will be happy if they have a concern not to say it, at least only for next 10 days or next 5 days. I think 90% of this noise will go down, Dr. Bregan, that parents will be happy. Those who doesn't want to send, at least for next 10 days, then if the cases are not coming, then you have the executive authority. You can pull the trigger saying that nothing happened. And the last one is JMP just got one positive case, and there are other cases are coming. I hope it is not contracted in school, but I hope those kids didn't have a close contact
Okay.
of more people.
Thank you, Venkat.
Thank you, Venkat.
Okay, thank you.
You answered enough, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Gentleman in the black mask, right here.
Hi, Anand Shetty again. Again, I'm requesting you,
Pull the mic down a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, just one request again. I think we should not talk about statistics like, Mr. Snyder, you talked about very few handful districts have gone remote, but we have to look at the context because Middlesex is one of the top in terms of the COVID cases. It's not the case with all the other districts. So the districts which have gone remote is based on the number of cases and based on, like you said, the staff. But there are many superintendents who have said that they have taken the decision based on the staff as well as the students as well as the situation on that particular district. And it's come out in the news that they have taken a decision to go remote. So again, criteria aside, it's not only the staff. There are other consideration also, like what we said.
I agree.
The other thing is even I'm getting some messages for 3 to 4 hours, people are all basically watching this, right? And you have heard various discussions. After all this, will there be a decision? And when will that decision be? I think everyone will be interested to know, not because people have just watched it, you have taken this. So I don't know, will there be a decision of the remote? And you can always say, no, we still continue doing what we are supposed to do, and we'll just basically go with the survey. You can say that, or you can say that we will take all this consideration. Is there a change of heart, and will there be a decision, and approximately a time range when you will decide? Because after 3 to 4 hours, I think at least we are entitled for that. Thank you.
I think one of the decisions that would be made immediately is to clarify what would be considered a close contact for parents that have a concern that their child was exposed. As Venkat went over some specifics, and I think we started the meeting with sharing that information on what would be considered a close contact and how we would implement that so that the students that we do believe may have been exposed has the opportunity to access the instruction remotely without having to have that positive test in hand. I think that should go out tomorrow. Regarding other decisions, as you asked, as of tonight at 11 o'clock or whatever, I can't see the clock from here, whatever the time is, there's no decision going to be made between tonight and tomorrow. When we look at all the data and assess where we are as an administrative team, we'll do that tomorrow as we do every day.
Christo.
South Edison. You got to keep reminding the students and the parents all the time. You said it the one time, but appeal the absences. They basically wrote out a blank check. They won't admit it, but they wrote out a blank check at the end of the year. Just appeal the absences, you'll get good treatment. Treat them good, just let them go. For Woodbridge, when Woodbridge did what they did, usually in the courts, they call that setting a precedent. So, I mean, if Woodbridge just did it, they just wrote you a blank check for you to do everything they did. I know their BOE lawyers, the Metuchen mayor. I know they got Kyle Anderson there, the MCDO chairman's over there. They get everything they want. They cannot fine you and do anything to you if they're doing the same thing. So, you know, do what Woodbridge is doing, and that's it. There were some questions I had earlier, and they just don't get answered. I get treated like a jerk off all the time when I come here. Not one question gets answered, no matter how serious the question is. Is Governor Murphy, is he planning not to allow unvaccinated kids to participate in extracurricular activities? Why we just avoid a question like that boggles my mind. Parents want to hear answer to that question. What were some other questions I had? Shivi, did you help a non-Edison resident and a legal citizen receive
Address
legal
the chair,
counsel
please.
against?
You have to address.
I'm
Thank
addressing you. Number one,
Thank you.
you that you did this. Can you please stop violating my rights? From the time I come up here, you constantly interrupt me. That's why the MCDO put you up there, man. First of all, you're not even qualified to be the board president, but they probably said for you to interrupt me every time I come up here, didn't they? This is public comments. There's case law that protects me to speak on any subject I like. Are you going to continue to harass me while I'm up here? Through the chair, Shivi, did you, no, thank you, don't interrupt us. Shivi, did you help a non-Edison resident and a legal citizen receive legal counsel against the Edison teacher he slandered? Mohan, what do you think about Joyce calling you an uneducated Christo? Brian, you're on the Human Relations Committee. Your friend Joyce made sure you got put on there. We would like to know when the next scheduled meeting is. The PCR tests are fake. The guy who created them said it does not work for the coronavirus. I don't know why you got your kids to get the COVID vaccine, why you would put yourself at such, no child should get the COVID vaccine. Here we got grown-ups, sports athletes that they're going dead, dropping from heart attacks right on the soccer field, football field. You should let.
Thank you, Crystal.
You should tell the public the truth.
This gentleman here in the black mask right here.
Instead of being a puppet to the Democratic Party in the NJEA.
All right. Hello. This is my first time speaking, so if I could get whatever time is.
You get 3 minutes now.
All right, no problem. All right, so my name's Shivam Sale, Edison resident. So, I mean, we've mentioned data, stats throughout this whole meeting. I'm just going to reiterate some stats that are posted on the Middlesex County website. Woodbridge, as was mentioned multiple times, in the past 24 hours, 797 cases, and then other school districts who have gone virtual. North Brunswick, 389 cases, and East Brunswick, 367. Of all of them, Edison is the highest with 838, just to take that into consideration and context. Next, today I experienced something very peculiar. My sister was not, I mean, because we were very, concerned that potentially because of the recent break, many people going out, many people traveling, many people going to parties, many people not getting tested potentially, or tests getting late, she didn't go. She wasn't able to join a single meeting for any one of her classes, while kids who were tested positive were allowed to join those meetings. So that's kind of concerning because we have people who want to participate in hybrid learning, and there is a hybrid learning format and infrastructure, but they're not given the opportunity to. So once again, something to consider. Something that was mentioned here was personal responsibility of people knowing that if they're getting tested or if they go positive. What about, once again, the responsibility of the board? I mean, if you guys champion for personal responsibility, I guess there is some sort of responsibility that you guys enforce some sort of hybrid or potentially full virtual system for people who, don't speak out that they're going positive or don't speak out that they're going to big parties. And finally, Dr. Reagan, you mentioned that the board needs time to reevaluate the contact tracing methods, which I think was brought up as an issue, and thank you very much for considering that. why should we allow for the next 14 days when the contact tracing is most vital, why are we allowing that to go in person when this whole contact tracing is meant for after a big event or after a big travel, situation? Why don't we let schools go hybrid or virtual now so that this doesn't become an issue in the future when contact tracing might not be super effective? At the moment it is, but we don't have a system for that. So putting people at risk because we don't have that framework is, once again, a little bit worrying. So just a couple things to think about.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Gentleman in the white mask here.
Thank you. Ranjan from Woodbook again. Just one confirmation should help. No decision, no, additional point. Consider I'm senior here, I'm senior parent here, but if I don't feel well tonight, right? And if I send a note to principal tomorrow that I'm not feeling well, no major symptoms, but and maybe don't go for test or don't need to do the test tomorrow. I may come back day after tomorrow. If that confirmation is given tonight, thousands of people are watching. Hopefully we can resolve a lot of things. Can we confirm that? Because back and forth I heard a lot. Because today's challenge was people stayed at home, right? Because of this personal responsibility, parents didn't feel well, kids didn't feel well and all that, and they remained home. They sent a note to principals or teachers, and they were not allowed to be online, right? So if tonight, if we can confirm this, that error won't happen tomorrow. People who don't feel, they take the personal responsibility and stay at home, monitor their, whatever symptoms and all, those who need to wait for the test and all that. And whenever that is done, they can come back or not come back. Can we confirm that? Is that the correct understanding? And will they be able to still watch online at home so that they won't miss? That's my question, and that's a confirmation maybe most of us are waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the perception is if you feel that you're sick, potentially sick, right? Runny nose, fever, the normal procedures are two of the known COVID symptoms. You should stay home. At some point, if you think you're sick and you may have COVID, you should get tested. Now, you won't be able to get that test in 2 hours, right? Maybe not even 24, 48 hours. Contact the administration. You will be presumed presumptive. And then you're either going to follow up with a negative test, right, and come back to school, or a positive test, and obviously you would be the duration out. If you don't have the test, and you've been exposed to someone that is positive, and you're symptom-free for, I don't want to misquote it, I want to say it's 10 days, Dr. Aldarelli knows exactly, and that's on our protocol. Then you can come back if you've been symptom-free after you've been exposed and you don't have anything. But it needs to go through the administration. And if this high school has 2,600 kids, it might not be able to be instantaneous, right? So it has to go through the administration, be vetted, and then they'll contact the teachers. But that is our expectation, close to exactly what you said.
Oh, okay. I think that should solve many of the problems.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any note can go out tonight?
We have to put some correspondence together. I think we did say that earlier, that's something that we have to do tomorrow. Put some correspondence out. I have to have some dialogue with the administrators team, right? We got a lot to do. When I get home tonight, I'm going to get some sleep. We'll get up and we'll do what we can in the morning and set it up as soon as we can.
No decision, no resolution, just confirmation that should help many of the parents. Thank you.
The gentleman in the black mask, please.
Earlier, I was a little emotional as I came up here, but as the question was asked.
Pull the microphone down, please. Thank you.
So, as the question was asked, what is the set of criteria which will allow you to go remote, right? We weren't able to articulate what those criteria are, right? What those guidelines are as to how much staffing should be sick, not available, how many kids, and so clearly there is a lot of wiggle room here, seems like, to be had. as Venkata pointed out about the Woodbridge example, and probably using that as a precedence from some sort of option. Now, as I was sitting there for this past couple of hours, I've been looking, and I'm finding that a lot of places that are going with remote options or considering remote options are working with their local health departments, right? Are we doing that in Edison?
Yes.
And in a lot of cases, they are getting instructions from them. So maybe that's the other avenue that needs to be looked into, to see if health department has something to say about here and can potentially be the one providing us the avenue to do what we need to do. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Right here, please, with the pink mask.
Hi, my name is Barvi Stahlhammer. I think the question that I do have still that remains from all the stuff is, as Padma was asking, what is it that we need from the state to potentially go remote? If we have those requirements, what are those actual stuff? Because if I read from what Governor Murphy is saying, and his quote is, he's doing everything possible to keep kids safely and responsibly in person and in school. But he acknowledges it is ultimately up to the states, more than 600 school districts, and he quotes, to make the right decision on the ground depending on what they are facing. So to me, that means that the decision lies in your hands, based upon the facts that you have of the latest information of the highest cases being reported here in Edison. And again, as I'll say, the safety of the kids and the staff lays in your hands. And before it gets out of control, there is no guarantee of has the COVID, who doesn't, who may feel symptoms, who may not, who's gonna pass it. This is something, it's just not controllable. That to keep a week in remote is the best decision. So again, what is it that is needed in order for us to be remote for a short period of time to help fight this?
Thank you. Okay, so go ahead.
The answer is, as I've said at least a half dozen times, is those decisions are made in consultation with the Department of Health. As the gentleman before had said, he read the notice from a different district, that the decisions are made with the county Department of Health for the districts that don't have their own Department of Health, and we have our own. So when the cases are reported by school or in the district for the day, for a few days, we review that all with the county, the Department of Health, in our Edison Township Department of Health, and the decisions are made. Do we close a classroom? Do we close a building? Do we close a district? There's not a benchmark that says you get 10, you're closed. It's on an individual basis in consultation with the medical professionals. That's what we've been doing. That's what we will continue to do. If that decision is made tomorrow that a school has to close because of a cases have increased, or there's determined that there was a spread within the school classroom or a particular situation, then we do that. We've been doing that on a classroom basis since September. We haven't had a school basis as of yet. We may have that, but we make those decisions in consultation with our local Department of Health. And Dr. Aldarelli's office talks to them daily.
Okay, so you only have you could only speak twice, so I think I have two people left here, right? I have the gentleman with this hat in his hand, and then the gentleman in the black mask, and then I see someone here. So let's start with you with the hat. What's your name?
My name is Devish Fade. I'm an 11th grader at JP Stevens High School.
Thank you for coming tonight.
I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you, audience. Great. I'd just like to take this time to emphasize the social distancing that takes place at J.P. Stevens High School. It's actually terrible, right? I just want to call out, not to be rude or anything. I can adjust this, right? Sorry about that. Today I was in the hallways and I was walking, and while looking at the kids that were commuting from class to class, a thing that came to my mind was something that an administrative officer told me before school began. And they told me that students are going to stay 3 feet away from each other in order to maintain social distancing. And from what I am seeing from my prospect, I actually don't see that happening at all. In fact, we're all walking shoulder to shoulder. And the virus transmits very easily when people are close contact. And considering the fact that we're all watching, below 3 feet, right? We're walking super close, shoulder to shoulder, right? It just like proves the fact that the virus is going to, go from person to person much quicker than it will if we were walking more socially distanced. So my question to you guys is, how are you going to prevent this, or what preventatives do you guys have regarding this social distancing issue, right? Also, how else are you guys, gonna respond to the students that have underlying conditions, right? Students that have breathing problems, heart problems. Students have cancer, right? If they catch the virus, they're practically dead in a week. And, taking this to a personal level now, I live in a house with people who are immune compromised, right? My grandparents literally cannot take the virus, even if they're vaccinated. They're very old, right? They're elderly individuals. I'm pretty sure some people here also agree with that, right? 1,000 viewers out there, I'm pretty sure you guys can agree, right? It's like how much more is, how many more cases do we need in order for the school or the board to fully comprehend that it's time to shut down, right? My mental health is also being absolutely butchered by not knowing that I'll catch COVID, but by knowing that my loved ones will catch COVID and I'll be having to deal with the trauma at the end of their death, right? There's many kids that have elderly folks that live with them. Right. So I feel like you guys should really consider that aspect of this issue, right? There's really personal stories that connect to the virus. There isn't just one entire thing. So I feel like going remote would be very, very much helpful. And like my friend, my fellow peer over here sitting, mentioned that we should build upon going virtual, right? Maybe we should come up with some ideas that can make it easy instead of having 10,000 people coming to one school, right? I hope you guys understand what I mean, and if you could just answer the question regarding what your preventatives are regarding.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good night.
Yes.
May I state something?
Yes.
So,
Mr. Patel.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Bragan, just in our conversation throughout the whole night and all the parents and all the students' concerns, I want to summarize one thing. That what I'm hearing, is it accurate? If you could just confirm that, please. To summarize, parents can take kids out of any time for 2 weeks quarantine as long as they think the kids are at risk of COVID exposure. They could take their kids out for 2 weeks if they're at risk of COVID exposure. 2, they can get Zoom for all classes. 3, the quarantine is not counted as an unexcused absence. 4, the kids can go back to school after 2 weeks without providing COVID test results. Is that?
Were you asking me that?
Yes, sir.
I think you got the gist of it. One of the things we have to have the suspicion that the child is either sick or evidence that the child was exposed to a positive case. I think the difference that we said, and that hasn't changed since September. I think the difference tonight, what we said was that due to the rapidity or the lack of speed in getting the results back, that in the past we were asking for a positive test result in order to indicate that. Right now we're putting that on pause, that I don't necessarily need that in order for you to do that. So I think that with that caveat that we just said, Mr. Patel, I think you're accurate in your assessment.
Thank you. Gentleman in the black mask back there. You have 3 minutes, sir. And then I got you next.
Hi, this is, sorry. Hi, this is Jignesh again. I think Mr. Patel has clearly summarized what we were asking for. So just one thing on that is, so when you say that when they come back, even without the test report, they will go through the administrative process. Can you elaborate on that? Would there be like what kind of thing we need?
Is that your only question?
Yeah, that's the only question precisely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have that on the website for a COVID. If you were exposed or you think you have it and you remain asymptomatic, which means you don't get any symptoms after being exposed, I believe it's 10 days right now is the criteria. You can come back. You don't need any documentation. Is that correct, Dr. Aldarelli? Did I get that right?
Hello, this is Diksha Sayal, mother of 2 kids, and my daughter goes to Woodrow Wilson Middle School. I wrote an email to you, Dr. Bragan, in the morning as well about my concern that, yes, I'm concerned for my daughter to be going to the school because of the COVID concerns, because I'm very strict mom. I did not go to my brother's wedding. I did not go for any parties, but still, my kids are suffering because the school system said that, oh, if you are COVID positive, then only stay at home. And you will get the hybrid option. I am not gonna lie that yes, my kid is contracted or they stayed near to the COVID positive, I don't know. But I'm a concerned mom. I really request you guys to give us the option just for 2 weeks. I'm not asking for more. Because there were some kids who did the party, and came back, and they are getting that option. But me, the concerned mom, her kids, as you said, that your child is in algebra too. My daughter is also a 7th grader, and she was crying the whole day that she didn't attend the school, and a lot of things will be backlogged for us. So the only thing is, please request to you is that don't make it that way that if you are COVID positive, then only don't do that, please, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, but I really need that. And if you are giving that option to other kids, then please give that to the concerned kids as well, who want to study, who are good at studies, who want to continue studies, and who want to stay safe as well. Please. Thank you. And I really appreciate if you can answer on that yes, you will appreciate and you will look into this request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think everything that was heard tonight will be looked into, and it's obviously a very fluid situation. I'm certain that every hour of the day it's being thought about, and we heard everyone loud and clear. I believe we've heard from everyone throughout this whole public comment session, including you, sir. You were just up here with the rebuttal. I'm sorry. We could talk. I'm happy to talk to you after the meeting. Can I have a motion to close public comment?
Motion.
Second?
Jerry, motion second.
Motion.
Perfect. Roll call.
Ms. Podolsky? Yes. Ms. Madiker?
Yes.
Mr. Burrell Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Mohan Patel?
Yes.
Ms. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
All yes, motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can come up and ask.
Yeah, come here and ask.